Before we begin, the name is placed on the top right side of the screen. The story begins as a girl states that this world is going to end. She flinches as she realizes that this world is going to end because of her. She ends up biting her tongue again and wonders how many times has this happened. She raises her hand as she touches the mirror, finding her appearance unbelievable. With an anxious look on her face, she questions to herself why she is Diana Cartier. It is stated that a week ago she slipped and fell down a mine she stumbled upon and blacked out. That's when the memories of her past life came flooding back. She realized that in her previous life she was an ordinary college student in a country called South Korea, and that she was reincarnated as a villain in a novel called The Ending Cannot Be the Destruction of the World, stating that being a villain in a novel would seem great, but it was not. A low-level villain who gets brainwashed by the real villain and dies while committing evil deeds. Even the few members of her family died because of her. She does not know her mother's name or face, the former Marquis Cartier, that is her father, who also passed away on the battlefield not long ago. And the only family she have last is her mother and 2 other brothers. People said these things about her brother and her, that the eldest son is a good fighter, but he lacks in character. He's Gabriel Cartier, the next Marquis. The second son is really good at fighting, but he is very prodigal. He's Noah Cartier, the sword master. And the youngest child is stupid and does not know how to do anything but causes trouble with her cute face. That is what she was called. She sighs as she is aware later when she is older they will replace cute with pretty. She points at herself in the mirror, knowing, in other words, the stupid youngest child, the one who does not know how to do anything but causes trouble with her cute face. She is still shocked to say it out loud. She decides to just admit that she's the villain. She knows it's not good, but is aware that she can fix it. She ponders that the bigger problem is the future of her world is set to be destroyed. She has been struggling with this for a while, to the point that she even refused snacks. But the good news is that she knows not only the ending of this world, but also all the important facts. In other words, if she does not ruin this world, it's going to be fine. She thinks about it as she ponders. First of all, since the Magic Stones mine was discovered in their territory, she knows she must prevent Lucifer from hiding in the house at all costs. Lucifer, contrary to his name, the Shining One, he is the true villain who takes the lead in destroying this world. It was not enough that he brainwashed her, but he also brainwashed all her brothers, even the real protagonist. She covers her ear, telling herself to not just think about that yet. She is aware that the urgent problem now is that Lucifer and his men are trying to steal the magic stone from the mine discovered in their territory. So first they must protect the magic stone's mine. She is aware that it is a mine that will make her family a family of honor, but no money sit on a fortune. Otherwise, she will lose her family again. She knows that the problem now is that by a bad guy, one has come in for an interview posing as a management agent candidate. She was reading through the book as she knows after the accident she was worried, but she could not just sit around and play. So she studied and prepared thoroughly for today. She looks at herself in the mirror as she mentions that this world is going to end. But she seems determined as she states that she is not going to let that happen. She finds it a success as she did not bite her tongue this time. Her eldest brother Gabriel, who was always cold but actually protective of her, earned her second brother Noah, who always bullied her but chose to die for her, and others who loved her. She mentions that she will stop the destruction of this world and protect everyone this time. As she walks down the hall with the maid asks her where she is going as it is already almost tea time. She doesn't respond as she runs towards the direction, which is the direction of Lord Gabriel's office. The maid calls out to her, as elsewhere American founders, that there is a commotion outside the door, but since they are a noble family with honor, but are poor, he wonders if it is natural that things would be a little chaotic. He looks around and finds it a shabby office with nothing of value. He knows that the most valuable thing here is not an object. It is the next Marquis, Gabriel Cartier. Gabriel mentions that for now he does not see a problem. The person smiles as he mentions, of course, asking who would dare to present a weird contract to him. The vessel continues to ponder that a face is a face, but what is more valuable than anything else are those eyes. Those jeweled eyes, which is a sign of the chosen one. The jeweled ice appears after one's coming-of-age ceremony. Purple eyes are destined to be loved by everyone. Gold eyes are destined to be great artists. Red eyes are the fate of the great who will either save the world or destroy it. Green eyes are destined for a reputation for knowledge and wisdom. Blue eyes are destined to amaze the world with their superior force, and Gabriel is the owner of one of them, the blue jeweled eyes. The man ponders that he would love to get his hands on those eyes once he has brainwashed him to his master's specifications. Man tells him if he wishes that he may review the documents several more times, thinking that there is no way the next Marquis who has been on the battlefield since he was a kid will be able to spot the tampering. The person also tells him that he heard the youngest lady had an accident on the day she discovered the magic stone's mine and questions how is she doing. Gabriel responds that there are no major injuries, but it looks like she hurt her head as she puts the documents aside. The man questions she hurt her head, asking what if it is a bad sign. Gabriel responds that she's doing something she has never done before. The man questions what did she do? He responds that she suddenly decides that she wanted to go through the family ledger. She spent all night reading magical books she did not understand. She muttered to herself by looking at the field code, and she asked for the map of the continents and then spent a long time drawing symbols on it. The person becomes shocked as he wonders if the youngest daughter, who was House Cartier's biggest problem, changed. Gabriel wonders if she really hurt her head after all. The person thinks that a 10-year-old examines a Marquis House property ledger, reads book on magic, reads through the imperial code, and even draws symbols on the map of the continent. He wonders if she went crazy or something after all. Gabriel states that the family doctor says she is not crazy, inventions that still he is glad there are no major problems. The person gets startled, knowing he almost got caught. He asked Gabriel if he had seen all the documents, questioning what does he think. There is no problem, right? Gabriel responds yes, so the man asked if he would like to proceed with the contract. Gabriel mentions sure as he takes his pen to sign it. Just as he's about to sign it, the door bursts open. Both the person and Gabriel get shocked. It is Diana as she steps into the room with some books in her hands. The president shows up. Does he wonders why the head is the youngest of the family here? She mentions that according to Article 24, paragraph 12 of them feel code, a person who has officially celebrated their 10th birthday can claim ownership of property of unclear ownership that they have acquired. She throws the papers at the person's face as she mentions, in accordance with applicable laws and regulations. She pronounces regulations long before she coughs and pronounces it right back. She mentions that she would like to inform Gabriel that she has ownership of the magic stone's mine that was discovered in their family territory a week ago. Gabriel does not seem very surprised as he questions what on earth is she doing before she questions. It does not know anything but how to fight. And of course brother Noah too. She asks him to please leave the magic stone's mine to her. The man yes, telling Gabriel that he cannot put a 10-year-old in charge of a mine. She then calls out to Gabriel and tells him that this person is a scammer. Gabriel becomes surprised as she decides to take out a book. The person nervously trembles as he questions what is she talking about and if she's really saying that he's a scammer. He tells her that he does not know what her misunderstanding was, but she shouldn't be saying that before she throws a bunch of papers at him questioning what is this. Those are some articles in which it is stated that he is a con man who was active mainly in the southern region and disappeared from there. Gabriel yells at him questions. How did this happen before the person runs for his life? He ponders that he never thought he would get caught like this, and he knows he cannot help it and decides to run away fast as he runs towards the door. He cannot believe that he was caught here like this. Right then, Diana throws something at him as he falls down and hit his head, causing him to pass out. She calls him a punk and questions who would let him run away. Diana ponders. That was a perfect toss of a big stone, no cookie jar. In the original story, this guy brainwashes Gabriel and causes him to have seizures, and later he takes out Gabriel's eyes. She knows it is okay as the worst future has been prevented first. She does Gabriel that this person is such a bad boy, so he should not just turn him to the capital, He should interrogate him himself. Gabriel is shocked as Diana ponders that strange look in his eyes. It is like the same feeling you get when you find out that the baby kitten in your house is actually the leader of the neighborhood cats. She looks at the person as she wonders if she was too harsh. She thinks maybe she should not have thrown the cookie jar, no matter how desperate she was. She becomes worried as she calls out to her brother and apologizes for causing a commotion. He asks her to not get involved unnecessarily. He asks her how she could be so unaware and unafraid when she is so small. Also questioning why did she have to act so recklessly, he tells her if she gets seriously injured, as his expression is filled with worry, causing her to be stunned. Then it will cause an unnecessary commotion in the house. She wonders that is right. That is their dishonest eldest brother. He mentions what in the world is a child like her thinking these days that she can engage casually in such dangerous behaviors. She notices the person as she realizes it looks like he's coming to his senses before Gabriel places his foot on top of him. The person screams in pain as Gabriel calls out to Diana and commands her to return to her room. She smiles as she mentions yes. She ponders that she will leave it to her brother to take care of the rest. She knows that he is saying that on purpose because he does not want to show her how he's going to interrogate that guy. She wonders that Gabriel always worries for her. As she leaves, Gabriel rubs his foot aggressively on his head, mentioning that because of him, he ended up talking as if he was angry at that child for no reason. Diana is in her room as she tells herself that she did well on taking care of the bad guy one. She knows just stopping bad guy one does not mean everything is solved, but at least she avoided fastening the first button incorrectly. The maid questions if she can come in. Diana invites her in as the maid steps in with some cookies. Diana is excited to see the snacks as she notices some of her favorite cookies. The maid apologizes as she mentions of Diana's interruption of Lord Gabriel's conversation with an important guest earlier. Diana wonders if interruption means interfering. She mentions that is right. She interrupted them and crashed it. The maid is shocked as she questions crashed it. Diana responds, but it is okay as that guy was a scammer. He was a scoundrel. She states that is why Gabriel would not be mad at her for her behavior today, telling the mate that she does not have to worry about her getting in trouble. Marcia seems very astonished. Diana ponders. It is no wonder that Marcia is so surprised, as it was not so long ago that Marcia was worried about her. The old Diana would tell Marcia to stop treating her like a child and would question her who does she think is an idiot, telling her that she's just a maid. Diana knows that she would have said that, and originally her family would have been poorer after the scammer moved in. Unable to even pay their employees their overdue salaries, the employees left one by one. But Marcia tried to take care of her until the end, and if she had not gone blind because of her, she wonders if she would have stood by her side until the end. Marcia asks her if she's alright as Diana mentions she was surprised by her abrupt behavior earlier. She apologizes for marrying Marcia. Marcia becomes surprised as she responds no, it is fine, and mentions however if Gabriel is not pleased with her before Diana tells her it is fine. She knows that Marcia is worried because their three siblings do not seem to be getting along on the outside. Actually, back in the day, she hated her two older brothers who had jeweled eyes. She wonders what was it about the eye color that made her jealous of her brothers, and even used poison to deceive everyone about her eyes. The original Diana Cartier's eye color did not change during her coming-of-age ceremony, so she changed the color of her eyes with a paralyzing drug ready to die with purple eyes, a sign that she was loved by everyone. She finds her silly as she ponders. It was enough that her family loved her. What more did she want? She knows that now that she's aware of everything, she's not going to act like the original. From now on, she will protect and feed her family and her employees. She seems very determined as Marcia looks at her with a confused expression. Marcia asks her if she's sure that she's alright. Diana responds yes. Her brother is not the kind of person who would kick her out just because their mothers are different. Marcia calls out to her again and tells her if she's having a hard time then she would like to be of help in any way she can. Diana smiles and responds that she is really fine. she thinks maybe it is because she was suddenly in an accident, so she is different from usual. Or maybe it is because her relationship with Gabriel seems to be bad. Well, maybe it is because Marcia is kind. What? She wonders. What if the person who gave birth to her left her alone? She knows this might be the reason why Diana in the original work was not a crooked girl from the beginning. The reason she went astray is because her mother, whose name and identity were unknown, disappeared as soon as she gave birth to her. So there were all kinds of rumors, such as that Diana must be of low blood or that her biological mother was murdered. She knows even thinking about it makes her angry because she knows everything but wonders what a 10-year-old would not be shocked to learn about this. Still, she mentions that she has her brothers Marcia and others as she joyfully smiles. Marcia is surprised to see her smile as she questions, "When did their young lady become so dignified?" Diana asks her to not worry too much and she's fine. She happily takes a sip of her before she coughs and spit it out. She wonders, is this the head butler's brew? As she knows it is always bad to drink and wonders how can it be so bad. She tells Marcia to get the carriage ready as she has to go out. Marcia wonders. She is going out. Where is she going all of a sudden? Diana ponders that she will admit she could use a break after all the work she has done today. She tells Marcia that she needs to get someone to sell the magic stones for her. While in the carriage, Marcia tells her that she must not sit too close to the window as the carriage is moving. Diana asks her to not worry as she is being careful. Diana ponders that she was planning to come alone. Flashback: Marcia is shocked as she questions how could she send her out alone when she's only 10 years old. Diana responds that she will be fine. Diana knows that Marcia made such a sad expression that she could not possibly say no. She is aware that it would have been better if all the memories came to her when she was 15. Then it would be easy to go out and do things on her own. She is aware no, as by that time it is too late. I know that she thinks about it. She knows that now is the perfect time as they have found the magic stones mine, and now it is the best time. She knows this is the time when she can change everything and prevent the original ending from happening. This is the setting of the original novel. The ending cannot be the destruction of the world. In other words, the Latha Empire on the western continent where she lived was a very large country. About 13 of the entire western continent is their empire's land. It was not a small country originally, but it was during the region of the previous emperor that the land expanded to what it is now. He waged so many wars of conquest that it was even rumored that conquest was his hobby. So the more skilled swordsman in the empire, Marquis Cartier. In other words, her biological father had no choice but to go to war just as often. But with a father like that, people used to converse about it. They would call him the emperor's dog who cannot even take care of his own house, as well as he is good at fighting and his relationships with women are complicated, and would call him an imperial dog with a dirty personality. They used to mock him like that. She knows this is their family's territory. The reason such a rumor spread was probably because they were jealous of her father's many achievements on the battlefield. He may not have taken good care of her brothers and her because he was always on the battlefield, but she knows that he was not that kind of person in the first place. The order was given by His Majesty the previous empire, so how could he disobey it? Problem is that he did not gain much after being criticized like that. Aside from receiving a few medals, there are no major benefits other than a discount on some shows. Knows if he fought so well and made a contribution, he should have gained at least some land. She becomes really frustrated as Marcia becomes worried. She mentions that she has a lot of work to do as she knows that first of all she has to keep an eye on brother Noah to make sure he does not do anything strange, and then she is working behind the scenes to help Gabriel focus on the Marquisate. Also create a merchant gold using magic stones from the magic stones mine as well as other business items, and then make a lot of money at the merchant guild and help their family walk off flowery paths. She knows this is the most important thing to do. Marcia calls out to her as she questions what Marcia asks her. Did not she say she was going to catch no meet a managing agent candidate? She responds, that is right. Marcia asks her, but this is just a shopping district. She mentions should not they go to the site where the Merchants Association is to meet someone who can act as a management representative. Diana ponders that Marcia is sharper than she thought. She knows that among the imperial nobles, there are quite a few who have tried their hand in business, and some nobles who were gifted with comedical acumen managed their own businesses. But those who did not have business skills or started late hired a management agent. Usually they bring in executives from the Merchants Association in each region or popular experts from the capital. She is aware that the fake identity of Jay, the scammer who came to their house, was also a successful business expert in the capital. She knows anyway you do not just go out randomly and get a management agent. Diana tells Marcia that she is right. Normally it would be right to go there and get someone, but that is not something that she wants. After a while, as they are getting off the carriage, Marcia asks her if Diana is sure that this is the destination. Diana responds yes it is, and asks her to please wait here for a moment. Marcia becomes worried as she questions what Diana tells her that it is okay, and instead of waiting here, she should go to a nearby cafe for a moment, and tells her that she will give her her pocket money so she can buy a cake. Diana leaves, mentioning that she will be back in a while as Marcia stands there complaining that it is not right. Diana runs towards the door. As she decides to go in, she realizes that she cannot reach it. She knows she is 10 years old. And even though she is a little shorter than the other kids, she is still aware she is 10. She questions why cannot the hell she reach it. She knows that the owner of this store is a beer-based man, so the handle is located high up. She is aware that she may be small, but she can still open doors. She thinks that if she runs as hard as she can, and she will reach it. She decides to try it as she, after many attempts, fails. She knows that she cannot reach it as Marcia stands there laughing from behind. She calls out to March and asks her if Marcia can open the door, please. Marcia agrees and tells Diana that she should take care and she'll be waiting for her. Marcia finds her very cute. Diana is welcomed by the Beast Man as she realizes it is him. She finds him scary, but cute. She greets him as he tells her there's not much here that a young lady like her will like. He questions if she could be in the wrong store. She ponders, I recognize who you are, and this is not the place for you. She knows this is what he actually means. She tells him, no, she has come to the right place. He states that this is a small bookstore that mainly sells boring specialized books. She tells him what she is looking for is not a book. It is him as she points towards him. He is surprised as he gives her a glare. She ponders that it is pretty disconcerting when a kid shows up out of the blue and says she has business with him. Especially if you are the one with a secret that needs to be hidden, she tells him. Smuggler Tejin Po. She's here to point him as the Cartier family's agent for the distribution of the magic stones. He looks at her for a moment before he stands up and questions. What does that even mean? She tells him that he is known as a smuggler and she is entrusting him with the distribution of her magic stones. She tells him it sounds strange, right? He tells her no, what he is trying to say is that, but she mentions he is not a real smuggler. He was just an ordinary merchant until the current emperor. She also states that the emperor's uncle suddenly decided to make the goods he was selling banned. He is starred as she continues that he was originally a merchant who specialized in specialized books and specialty herbs, right? He psychs as after a while he tells her it was like that until the previous emperor passed away. She questions until 3 years ago, right? 3 years ago, after the death of the previous emperor, a man bent on conquest. The new emperor was the young only son of the dead emperor who was 10 years old at the time. And that child is the real protagonist of the original work. In any case, the emperor's uncle Grant due to their declared himself regent in favor of the young emperor then 10 years old, not her teen. At first, Grand Duke Judah did a good job. He did not seem particularly suspicious. However, the import of several items was banned without any particular reason. She questions does he still bring in herbs to cure White Desert Night. He tells her that she has really got it all figured out. He mentioned that there are still people who catch White Desert Night. It is a rare disease and the cause of infection is unknown. The symptoms? White spots all over the body lapsed, dying a painful death within a few days. The Grand Duke's decision to ban the importation of such a rare herb was met with little outcry, as it was really used in everyday life years later, until all who defy the Grand Dukes will catch the White Desert Night and die, he tells her. Of course, it is not easy as surveillance has become the most severe than before, she tells him, and he is a merchant capable of obtaining such difficult items. He tells her he is just a smuggler disguised as a bookseller now. She mentions that it's a disgrace as he remains quiet. She wonders, was it a bad thing that she decided with the disgrace, she tells him. And a smuggler who brings in things that saves people is much better than the Grand Duke who kills people to rule the country. He glares at her as she wonders that the compliments are not working. She decides to make a threat. This time, she states that she has no intention of telling anyone that he is Diligent Boy, so she points at him and asks him that there will be no cooperation. She ends up pronouncing it wrong as she wonders why does she always mispronounces something, even when it matters. She's aware that she's going to practice her pronunciation when she gets home today. She knows that she tried to blackmail him, and as she stares at him, wondering if it is effective. He looks at her for a while before he opens his mouth. He calls out to her and mentions first of all, he would like to ask her a question. He asks her who on earth told her all this. She is aware that she cannot tell him, it was all written in the novel she wrote in her previous life. She knows that he will think she's crazy when she says this. She tells him that his right, stating the important thing is that she wants him to take charge of distributing the magic stones that will be produced in the magic stones mined in their territory. And instead she will protect him from now on. He points at her with a confused expression on his face, asking she will protect him. He asks her what does she mean. Questioning was not the mine supposed to be run by a merchant from the capital. She tells him that Guy was a scammer. He is shocked as he asks her what she tells him that she is sure Gabriel is giving him a good scolding right now. The other asks him why would they bring in someone from somewhere else when they have a talented person in their own backyard. He tells her that is not for her to decide. It is Lord Gabriel's who can decide it. She states that mine is hers, so she gets to decide who represents her. He becomes shocked as he questions, if that is true, is that mine to be inherited by her? She then thinks about it that Gabriel said before she realizes that he did not say anything about it. She knows she did not just get an answer, but she decided to say that it was approved even though she is dying inside. She tells him of course it is hers. Even if it is not, she must insist in order to prevent the end of the world. He tells her even if the eldest son does not know anything about managing a territory, there is no way he would hand over the management of the magic stones mine to his younger sister. She calls out to him and she questions, what does he want to do as a merchant? She tells him that for her, as a member of the House of Cartier, she wants to make sure that all of their residents are smiling. And she would like to not have to travel to the capital to buy quality goods. And she would like to have a big hospital where sick people can be treated immediately. And she knows that it takes a lot of money to do that. She ponders that her family's land, her family's power. The stronger her family becomes, the less the bad guys will dare to cross her house and brute force. She is still good enough for her, but she needs something other than the kind of power. She tells him that the distribution of magic stones will definitely bring in a lot of money. He also thinks about it as he asks her, does she think that money will help her achieve what she wants? She tells him that she thinks the merchant would know better than her. Most importantly, she knows that there is no one else who can do this as well as he can. They both stay quiet for a while before she gets turned from her seat and tells him when he has made up his mind and he can come to the Marquis mansion and she will be waiting by then. She leaves as she knows that was a perfect line, and now she decides to go out in style. She reaches the door and has trouble reaching for it again. He steps out and opens the door as she knows that this is not right and the Beer Beastman tribe is too tall. She sighs as she finds it really embarrassing. She knows that. Still, she has checked off 2 important tasks and wonders if she should eat dinner and rest. As she is back, Gabriel calls out to her and asks her where on earth was she and what was she doing. Marcia calls out to him as she becomes frightened and looks down. Diana notices that even though she told Marcia that Gabriel is not as scary as he looks, she knows that Marcia cannot still believe her. The owner decides to step up and show her that her brother is a gentle person when you gets to know him. Diana tells Gabriel that he came at the right time as she just got back from meeting with the management representative who is not a scammer, and she will be able to introduce him to him soon. He asks her that she got a representative as she tells him. That is right. Although he is now the owner of a small bookstore, he was 12 race and was a person who held many positions at the Merchant Guild when he was young. He tells her that he can see she's thinking about nothing, with her little brain of hers causing her to be shocked. He tells her that she should better quiet when he is saying good things and stay home quietly. She is astonished to see that look on his face before Marcia apologizes to Gabriel and tells him that she will take the young miss to her room right away, but Diana pushes Marcia as she calls out to him. She apologizes as she tells him she is a bit busy, so she do not think that she will be able to stay at home for a while. Gabriel is shocked as he asks her what does that mean and questions where she going. She responds that she's going to the capital. He asks her why is she going there. She states that she has to report to the emperor that they're going to start operating the crystal mine in earnest. And she knows she also has personal business to attend to. He becomes frustrated as he questions so why on earth would she want to go there as a child like her would know what before she interrupts and states it is soon red wolf hunting season and he has to lead the hunt so she cannot replace him, so she will be going to the capital. He asks her if she is leaving now, mentioning that it's nonsense. She notices he raised his eyebrows and his eyes are as cold as ice. She can see that anyone can tell that he is angry, but she is aware that she has to do it as she thanks him for being concerned about her, mentioning that she knows he is worried about her and do not want to let her go alone. She knows that she is aware of everything. She ponders he is, who seemed to hate her more than anyone else, and also someone who would die to save her. She tells him that after all, Gabriel is too busy to go to the capital, and they do not know when Noah will be back, so she will be the one going to the capital. She wonders if this still does not work as she knows she is stubborn as hell. She grabs his hands as she tells him it is better having someone else go and asks him please if he can do that. She notices that his hands are so big and strong and his surprise appearance is so cute. Just like a lion, she knows just as much as she would love to pet her brother on the head, she cannot reach him, so she decides to give that up. Instead, she will back safely in the mind. She tells him to please take good care of himself as she rubs his hands on her cheeks. She runs away. She mentions she got permission. Marshall runs after her as he stands there without moving. After some time, Marcia asks her is not she scared of Gabriel? She tells her not at all. Marcia is surprised as she asks the owner if that is really the case. Diana tells Marcia that Gabriel may be a bit awkward at expressing himself, but he's a good person. Marcia is shocked as Diana asks her if she's doubting her. There also tells him this is what Gabriel meant earlier, that she is still young, so she should not worry about difficult things and live comfortably. Marcia asks her if he really meant it that way. DNA responds, even though Gabriel may be a bit blunt in his words, he is a person with a deep heart. Diana wonders if Marcia has she been deceived because Gabriel is the type that is cold. But if you get to know him, he is a good person. Marcia suddenly hugs Diana and tells her she'll take good care of her in the future. So that Diana does not get lonely, Marcia becomes teary-eyed as after a while as Diana is eating, Marcia mentions that Gabriel really likes her a lot. But Marcia continues, stating that she will take care of her. Gabriel looks at his hands as he remembers Diana's words when she told him that it is better than having someone else go. He held his hands as she asked him, "Please." Someone knocks on the door as his attention turns towards it. It is the attendant, as he mentions that the scammer has passed out. Gabriel calls the scammer weak. The attendant states that it seems like he's just a small scammer with no special significance. Gabriel responds that for a guy like that, the fake identity was too perfect. The attendant questions if he suspects that there might be a mastermind behind this. He responds that is correct, as after looking at the materials that Diana found, he got that thought. The attendant is surprised as he questions did Diana find the materials herself. Gabriel responds she was in full swing. He curses the scammer and mentions that he should hold his breath for a while. He decides to take a little deeper before handing him over to the Capitol security forces. The attendant responds alright, and also questions if it will be alright for Diana to go to the Capitol. He mentions that no matter how much she has changed these days, is it really possible for her to have an audience with His Majesty alone? Gabriel is aware that it is a valid concern, especially if one knows the Diana Cartier of old. He is aware that she has really changed. The way she suddenly showed maturity, the way she looked at the family ledger, and the way she read the law and magic books, and the way she secretly ate snacks. He knows that is also very cute. The attendant questions what did he just say? As Gabriel responds nothing. He states that they should just trust her as that child is cute because she is his younger sister. Meanwhile, Diana ponders that today is the third day since she met Tejin Po. She still have not heard from him yet. She guesses distribution of magic stones is a big deal. So he is thinking long and hard about it. So she does not really feel worried about it. She decides to look for something as she thinks she would like him to come before she goes to the capital in 2 days. She realizes that 2 tins of cookies will not be enough as she cannot fit more. Pondering that she has not even packed her candy yet and her luggage is already full. She questions why is the luggage so small. Someone knocks on the door and questions if they can come in. She mentions yes before she changes her mind and tells them to not come in yet. It is Marcia, as Diana thinks. If Marcia finds out, she will take it all away. She knows that her cookies and her candies, she has to protect them at all costs as she looks around to hide them. She finds a spot to hide them as she does that. She is relieved as she knows that now Marcia can come in. It is Seeds. As he asks her why did she sweat so much. She turns around as she mentions that she is done with his black tea and she will not drink it. He asks her to wait as he questions if she is refusing his tea again today. He mentions that he even added honey for her. She tells him this makes it even weirder, so she is not going to drink it. He runs outside as he mentions. If so, then next time he's thinking about brewing the tea in honey-infused water from scratch. He tells her she has a sweet tooth so would know that fit her taste buds. She tries to stop him, telling him that mixing tea and honey leaves is a sin, so he should not do that. She thinks that since he did not originally receive butler training, causing her to wonder if there is nothing that they can do about it. That he may not be able to make tea and questions, but he can fight, right? She states that their head butler does not know how to make tea, but he does know how to fight. He responds, but he is a butler though. He turns around as he asks her why does she refuse his black tea but eat Derek's cookies. He cries as she questions. Is it something to cry about? She tells him everything that the chef makes is delicious, and since what he makes does not taste good to the point that she would rather just eat raw honey. He becomes really down as he mentions that he cannot believe it. She tries it as she is surprised at it is still not delicious. She knows how can he put this honey in and the tea still does not taste good. He cannot believe that the tea he brewed with so much care did not appeal to her taste. He asks her to return it as it was sent to him from his hometown. She puts more salt in his wound as she tells him. The more clear he puts into it, the more tasteless the tea becomes. He shouts that he, in the honor of the head butler of Cartier, he will make sure to brew tea that will be recognized by her. He asks her to please give it there as she tells him to hang in there as they say that everyone should dream big even if they don't come true. He becomes more depressed as he mentions a dream that will never come true. She gives it back to him, and she tells him that she has had enough tea for today and bids him farewell. She warned us that she is glad it was not Marcia who came in. Right then he mentioned that he did not come for the tea. Actually, a guest came to visit her and wanted to inform her. She yells at him that he should have said it sooner. She realizes that Tejent is here. She runs to him as she welcomes him to their house and apologizes to keep him waiting. He greets her back as he mentions that is not true. As they sit together, they do not know how to start a conversation. She ponders that his expression is stiff and wonders if he is really here to tell her that he cannot do it. But she knows it must be a great opportunity for him. He calls out to her as he asks her if she has any details in mind for how she would like to develop or distribute the magic stones. She tells him if that is the case that she has prepared the documents. She states that one is the letter of appointment as much as management representative. She tells him that this is an appointment letter and contract written under his other name, Jen, and not Tejinpo. He tells her that she is very thorough. She also states that the other one is a businessman for selling magic stones and asks him to take a look at both of them. He tells her he shall do that if she will excuse him for a moment. He attentively checks them as she ponders that the Cid is a bear race, so he looks strong, but his ears are too cute. He asks her if there is a need. She wonders what does he mean. Is it that her plan was that bad? She knows that she has reviewed it several times and nothing is wrong. She asks him what does he mean by is there a need. He just points that he made her misunderstand. He was wondering if he was really needed in this business, as she has already caught the perfect plan. She becomes happy as she ponders. She does not know what to say as her plan looks good in the eyes of Tejint, a former smuggler and former merchant who has seen it all. She guesses that she did a good job and thanks him for the compliment, she tells him. But no matter how good the plan is, she still cannot execute it herself. He tells her, in other words, she wants him to take care of the important stuff and leave the rest to her. She states that is correct, as she means that he and she have not even known each other that long, so she cannot just hand over the reins of the mine already. He mentions that this is a wise statement since ancient times merchants must not trust others carefully. He didn't suddenly realizes that she is unable and not a merchant. She tells him that she might become a merchant as she is going to form a guild herself. He asks her if this is a merchant guild that specializes in distributing magic stones. She responds no, that is not the case. She plans to sell a variety of items, not just magic stones. And for now, of course, she's going to focus on selling the magic stones. He asks if we can ask her a question. She tells him that he should feel free to ask her anything. He asks her why did she choose the Western Continent's Alliance of Magic Alchemists as her first vendor. He states that she does realize that the magic city on the Eastern Continent commands a higher price for magic stones than there. She ponders that she was expecting him to ask that magic alchemy and art of using the magic power to manifest magic and to create alchemy. She tells him that being a magic alchemist means being a magician who can do alchemy, and the magic alchemists have been divided into two major groups for a long time. The Western Continent's Alliance of Magic Alchemists, shortened to the Western Magic Alliance. The Magic City on the Eastern Continent, unabbreviated, commonly referred to as Magic City. The two forces have been fighting hard for a long time, but it is not a big deal. They are just fighting because they think they are better than the other. She knows that, to be honest, the Eastern Continent's Magic City is slightly superior in terms of financial power. They are stronger in alchemists. They sell a lot of magic alchemy tools. And since the goods are sold well at a high price, merchants naturally want to sell to the magic alchemists of the Magic City. As a result, the Western Magic Alliance lost quite a few quality magic alchemy-related materials to the Eastern Magic City. She tells him that she is well aware of that. However, if he sells the magic stones to a magic alchemist from another continent who may become his enemy at any time, he could make up a present charge without Grand Duke Judah. And first of all, it would be okay since the Western Magic Alliance is on the same Western continent as their empire. She tells him of course exports will be overlooked to some extent, but he cannot sell the most to the Magic City, and they should not forget about the exorbitant taxes. She states if possible, she plans to help the Western Magic Alliance increase its power. Only then will the Western Magic Alliance become dependent on their magic stone mines. She mentions that the Western Magic Alliance will be dependent on their magic stones mine. He responds. So essentially she is proposing to utilize the Western Magic Alliance as a long-term client and unofficial ally by alluring them with quality goods. She tells him precisely. Once the Western Magic Alliance becomes stronger with their magic stones, they would not be able to refuse their favor so easily in the future. And the best of all, if news spread out about the quality of the Cartier territory's magic stones, the Magic City will come and look for them. She will sell it to the Magic City then. He thinks about it as he tells her that she has already got it all planned out. She states, and he is an integral part of that plan. He grabs his hand as he mentions. Since she said so much, he will do his best from now on. She tells him it is a brilliant idea and asks him to take care of her in the future. He tells her that he wishes that she takes good care of him too, and also states since he is officially employed, she can feel free to tell him. They continue to discuss it. As he mentions, he thinks this is the minimum number of people he will use, the person he hired originally as an attendant. She questions that he will need to arrange for an escort. Right as he responds yes, because it involves transporting magic stones. At first glance, magic stones look like colorful gemstones. But magic tools were made using magic stones that can be used by ordinary people, and they can even use powerful magic spells. There is no guarantee that the merchant transporting the magic stones will not be attacked. He tells her that he can get miners and other personnel through his connections with the escort personnel seems to be an issue before she mentions she will take care of that for him. She states because she has something in mind. He tells her she probably already have plans. She also calls out to him stating that she is planning to visit the capital the day after tomorrow and questions if she could ask him to prepare to open the mine on his own in the meantime. He responds that is fine and questions, but what is the purpose of her trip to the capital? She questions. She's going there to hire someone. He asks her what does this mean as she tells him. She is going there to find escort personnel. He responds that is what she meant. She ponders. Of course, there are a few other reasons as well. They have reached as Marcia asks her if they have to go inside. She responds yes, they have to go inside and tells Marcia. If she's scared, then she can stay here. Marcia follows her in as she mentions she cannot let Diana go alone. Diana thinks that anyone who sees this will think that she's going to a dangerous place. As they get inside, Marcia asks her, but why is she here if she's ready to leave for the capital tomorrow? Diana mentions that her preparation is perfect except for one thing, and she has to take it from here. Marcia asks her if it is by any chance a magic stone, and if she's planning to give it to His Majesty the Emperor as a gift. Diana responds, yes, there is that, but there's also something else. As she begins to dig around and Marcia questions why is she digging there. Diana responds that there is a reason for that. She ponders that this white flower, now considered a weed by many, is named Tyles. In fact, it is said that this man flower possesses magic power due to the influence of the magic stone. And of course the magic power is very minimal and not of any particular use. But she knows how to make money from it. She tells Marcia to put this all in the back. Marcia puts it in as things that Marcia would not know that anyway even if she explained it to her now. Diana mentions there is no need to do more digging. She begins to run around as much. She tells her that she has to be careful. She responds, don't worry, she has followed down once and know where the slippery spots are before she slips. She did not fall. As she ponders it is because she was not in a long dress and finds it a relief. Marcia rushes towards her and asks her if she's all right. Diana responds yes, she is all right and she did not fall. Marcia picks her up, mentioning that she has to be very careful, as if she injures herself again, then Marcia will be really worried. Diana notices that Marcia looks like as if she's going to cry again. Diana is aware that Marcia probably remembers the day she fell and returned to the Marquis's house. Because she was really dead back then, she tells Marcia that she will be careful, so Marcia should not worry too much. She suddenly becomes surprised as her eyes sets on valuable magic stones. Wondering if they are actually those, she decides to dig them up. Marcia questions if she can help. Diana responds, it is okay, she can do it by herself. Marcia asks her if she is sure that she can do this on her own. Diana is determined as she responds, yes she can. She digs one as she becomes really excited, mentioning she did it. Marcia cheers up for her. She shows it to Marcia as Marcia becomes really surprised, mentioning that is a really big magic stone. Diana states, and it is yellow, so it is a high-grade magic stone. Marcia asks her, so the color of the magic stone determines the grade. Diana responds, yes, the grade of magic stones changes depending on their color, and yellow means high grade. She ponders as she thought about it as she came here. Most of the magic stones in this cave seems to be yellow. She knows she often see purple too. She wonders, how much is this all worth? Marcia looks around as she states she was scared at first, but when she looked at them again they sparkled like stars and were so pretty. Diana tells her yes, this is how it is, as if she is up in the night sky. She ponders that she's going to push herself a little harder. After some time Marcia asks her when should they stop digging here. Diana gives one of this to Marcia as Marcia questions what is she even talking about as how can she give her such a precious magic stone. Dina tells her it is okay, and this is not that big, so Marcia should not be pressured and take it. One yellow magic stone costs 320 pennies or 3 gold coins. The amount of money is equivalent to 1 year of tuition at the Royal Academy. The price depends on what magic tool is used to process it, so she understands Marcia's reaction. Marcia again mentions that she cannot accept this. She mentions that she will give this back. Diana tells her that she is more precious to her than a magic stone, and asks her to take it. Marcia has tears in her eyes as Marcia cannot believe it. Diana tells her that she knows she has been giving her actually a lot of trouble and apologizes for it. Diana mentions that it will not happen again, so Marcia should continue to take good care of her in the future. Diana is aware that in the original, Marcia became blind because of her, yet she still worried about her until the end. She knows her Marcia is very kind and sweet. Diana tells Marcia that is why the magic stone is a gift, because she wants Marcia to stay with her. Marshall warmly hugs Diana and mentions, of course, she will continue to be by her side. Marshall tells her she will still follow Diana when she grows up and get married. They are not pointers. Marriage seems like a long way off, but she cannot believe that Marcia will be there for her until then. Marcia also mentions when Diana have children, she will be sure to take care of them too. They are now become shocked as she thinks it is not too far in the future. Marcia tells Diana to not worry and she will stay with her until she tells her to go away because she is annoyed with her. Diana asks her, that means she can be with Marcia for a long time. Unlike the original, it is that balance as people begins to talk about her. They state the judging by her silver hair and blue eyes, she is the youngest of the Cartier family. They also states that they heard they asked for an audience today, but instead of the new marquis that young girl is the one who came. They notices the box and wonders if that is a gift for Grand Duke Judah. They hear that Cartiers do not have a mansion in the capital because they don't have the money. And luckily for them they have found a mine of magic stones in an otherwise failing territory, even if it means their business will fail. Diana ponders. There is a lot of talk here, but she is aware that it does not bother her at all. She begins to walk really fast before the attendant asks her if she's okay and questions if he should hold her. She becomes annoyed as she responds she is not a child. She continues to walk fastly as he excuses her. The attendant shows her where she is supposed to go. She slightly slips before he panics, apologizing to her, telling her that he made a mistake. He mentions as expected, he will hug her. She tells him no, it is fine, stating that she is all right and he shouldn't worry about it. She ponders that she's tired and she's pronouncing it wrong again and her face is ruined. He shows her the way as she knows she will be drinking milk instead of tea for a while. She is told to wait a moment in this waiting room as she steps in. She finds it really beautiful. She is informed that the Grand Duke is currently engaged in other matters, so she should allow 10 minutes, and the escort knight must stay here until the audience is over. She is told to please wait a moment as she is really tired. She knows that is a lot to keep track on, and she even got candy for memorizing it well. She knows that it's pretty much the basics. As she decides to eat the candy, the attendant stares at her as she asks him if he wants to have half of it. She knows it is just one candy. He responds no, he is fine, as he slightly smiles. She thought that he did not have a smile on his face like Brother L, and that is what the rumors said. She thinks that he actually smiles a lot. She is misunderstanding. She also wonders why she's saying no when it is just delicious. He finds her really cute. She wonders how long does she have to wait here, as she's getting bored. She notices that the waiting room is quite spacious and wonders if she should take a look around. She looks at the portraits. As she realizes there is such a thing as this, they have collected portraits of every emperor throughout history. She notices that they are not as good looking as her brother are, but they still have a bit of handsomeness to them. She thinks if there were portraits here, there might be one of him as well. She looks at him as she realizes it is the real protagonist of this world. He is Linus del Stein, the current emperor of the empire, the being that saves the world and the one that destroys it at the same time. She remembers people who read the novel cursing because of the ending, but she was more concerned about something else than the world-ending conclusion. She looks at him as she thinks that he must have been lonely. She knows that he became the emperor when he was her age, with nothing but people who wanted to harm him, not to mention the blood relatives that were worse than absent, and the fawning servants. He is aware that his childhood was so lonely in the original. Lake asks her what did she say as her attention turns towards him. She tells him that she thought to herself that His Majesty must be very lonely, and the imperial castle is grand, magnificent, and imposing, but His Majesty is alone. He looks at her surprisingly as he mentions, His Majesty is being looked after by the Grand Duke, so she should not worry. She responds yes, he is right, and he will be fine. She is sure that Lake knows that is not entirely true, but he is deliberately making it sound nice to reassure her. He mentions that if she's really worried if she would become His Majesty's friend. She questions what does he mean by friend. He tells her nothing. However, friendship with a powerless member of the imperial family can be dangerous. She asks him, is not that a great idea? As she becomes excited, he becomes surprised. Questioning really. She wonders why did not she think of that sooner. The biggest reason why Linus fell for the villain Lucifer was because of his distrust of humans. She mentions that she will become friends with His Majesty and she will share delicious food with him and let him know how many pretty and good things there are in the world. She's aware. If she shows him from a young age that the world is full of goodness, he would not fall for the nonsense about destroying the already ruined world and rebuilding a new one. She thanks him for such a brilliant suggestion. He becomes nervous as he responds what he said was a mistake. Clinton tells her that she has waited for a while and mentions that he shall not escort her to the throne room. She realizes it is finally time. She happily mentions, "All right," as Lake trembles and states what he really meant to say was something else. They stand in front of the door as it is announced that Lady Diana of the Marquis Hall of Cartier wishes to see His Excellency the Grand Duke. She thinks that the Emperor Linus is the protagonist, so why are they only talking about Grand Duke Judah? It is unfair to pay more attention to the Grand Duke Judah and then ignore Linus like this. She tells herself to just be patient. She notices the Grand Duke Judah as she realizes that she cannot see the Emperor. She is informed that His Majesty the Emperor was unwell and was unable to attend this occasion. However, there is no need to worry as His Excellency is in audience today. She ponders that she understands why he did not inform the Emperor of her visit, as he is trying to raise the young Emperor into an incompetent adult by taking away his tasks one by one. She thinks the Emperor is sick. She's aware that it's obviously a lie. He asks her, so she's the youngest of the Cartier family. He introduces himself as Judah. She is aware that person is Grand Duke Judah, the antagonist who consistently harasses the protagonist, and who might even be Lucifer. Of course, she does not know Lucifer's identity because it was not revealed until the end in the original novel. He mentions that the youngest daughter of the Marquis House of Cartier has intelligence in her eyes, just like the previous Marquise. She ponders. On the surface it sounds like a compliment, but she knows her biological father was not the smartest guy in the room. She thinks it is going to come out like this, right? And then it's all sad. She thanks him as she greets him as the moon that lights up, the night of the empire. She wishes for herself to have someone else as she is the moon, not the sun that is the emperor. She knows. In other words, she even went so far as to say that he was only the second in command. He tells her baby it is because she does not resemble the previous Marquis, but she is somewhat charming. He questions how did she get the word moon out of her mouth, questioning if Gabriel Cartel make her do that. He tells her that he is even more sinister than rumored, and questions what did her brother tell her to say. She wonders why does he mention brother Gabriel here. She tells him no, it was not her brother but her. It was her who asked to see him. Judah just stares at her and questions, then what is her business? She seems pretty annoyed as she thinks that he talks like an emperor when he is not one. He tells her it has been reported that Sir Noah Cartel has requested to be allowed to return to his territory. He tells her it is hard to grant it if she wants him to summon him quickly. She tells him that is not what she is talking about either. What? She's trying to say something else? She ponders that she is young, so he probably assumes she is here on behalf of her brothers. Regardless, she's aware that she must calm down Grand Duke Judah, who is quick to act out of his power. She tells him thanks to the benevolence of His Majesty, the Emperor, a new mine of magic stones has been discovered in Cartier territory, and her family would like to take this opportunity to further the glory of the Empire. They ask for his permission to mine and distribute the magic stones. She is aware that she successfully spoke without biting her tongue. Judah calls out to her as she tells her. Originally, the imperial family did not intervene in any way in the business conducted independently by each territory. She responds, yes, she's aware of that, but since the magic stones are used to make magic tools, they would like to obtain an official export permit. She ponders that if she sells it without permission, she will later be accused of smuggling it out. In fact, she knows that they are smuggling iron from other territories to foreign countries, and that is the beginning of a reverse conspiracy. He tells her that she knows it well as she responds also. She thought it was appropriate to express her gratitude to His Majesty, as good things had happened to the territory thanks to His Majesty's grace. She tells him this is a brazen before she mentions that is a gift. He becomes surprised as he looks at it. She tells him that House Cartier's intentions are well understood, and she is sure His Majesty will be especially pleased with his gift. He takes the president as he ponders. There is no way that magic stone is going to end up in their protagonist's hand. She becomes sad as she thinks about it. She knows she actually wanted to meet Linus, but she only saw his portrait. And she's aware to be friends they need to see each other often. She wonders why would she ever come to the Imperial Palace again? As she's walking out, she thinks about what excuse will she have to use to come to the Imperial Palace next time. Like asks her if she is not going back to the lodging right away. She informs him that there's a place she needs to stop by before she go home. He asks her if the place that she needs to go is it right to go this way. As it is a dark alley, she tells him that he's right. If they follow this path all the way down, they will end up at the place she wants to go. Her attention suddenly diverts to the ground as she notices a person unconscious. She becomes shocked as she asks Lake to check up on that person. He rushes to the boy as she ponders he's not dead yet, is he? Lake holds the boy in his arms as she wonders where has she seen this face before. She's aware that it is familiar. She knows it is the most recent time, as she remembers seeing it a few hours ago. She then suddenly realizes it and wonders if he is actually Linus Delstein. Our female protagonist's mouth drops open in shock as her gaze is fixed on the unconscious guy. Recognition shines in her eyes, and she wonders if he is Linus Delstein. However, she cannot help but think, why is he here? She further thinks although he might be in the corridor in the Imperial Palace, but this is outside the castle and in a back alley. The questions rise in her mind that he's the Emperor, the protagonist. Lake informs her that fortunately, his pulse and breathing are normal and there doesn't seem to be anything else wrong with his body. She notices Lake doesn't seem to recognize Linus and decides there's no need to reveal his identity at this moment. She lets out a relieved sigh and expresses her relief. An unexpected sound of a growling stomach resonated through the alley, leaving them momentarily flustered with embarrassment. Lake is quick to defend himself that he had a hearty lunch earlier, so for sure it's not him. She raises her hands, exclaiming her neither, and reminds him they ate together. The growling sound continues, but this time they both ignore it and decide they should go to the lodging first. She thinks to herself. She happened to pick up a real person like she was joking with Tegent, and it happened to be the protagonist too. Her maid is there to welcome her at the mansion and excitedly questions how the imperial palace was, but lets out a startled yelp when she sees the child in Lake arms. She asks them who that child is. Diana explains she picked him up from the alley, but it just confuses her further, causing her to inquire why she would do that. She explains he was lying on the road and he looked like he had been starving for a long time. This answer raises her alarm, and she announces she will go to the kitchen and check to see if there's any food available or if she can prepare something. They're all surprised and Diana thinks as usual, Marcia is decisive and quick to act. The knight next to Lake leans in closer and whispers in his ear. How can he bring in someone he does not even know? However, Diana answers on his behalf, letting him know she told him to bring that child in so Lake is not at fault and he should not blame him. Startled, he looks at her and she gives him a smile, assuring him it's okay as this is a child who will never pose a threat. She thinks in her mind, right? At least for now, and that's okay as long as Linus doesn't grow up to be an adult. The adult who believes that the world is tainted and humans are ugly. Diana instructs like that, just in case he should call a doctor. After a while, she is still settled in the chair next to the bed where Linus is lying unconscious. She is aware it's not unreasonable to be worried. Her house just won the lottery. No, she means a mine of magic stones not long ago. She thinks if Brother L were here, he would probably advise her to dump Linus back where she found him. She smiles to herself, thinking when she thinks that way it sounds like she just picked a puppy or a kitten. Deciding she needs to wipe his face, she looks for a towel. She wipes his face slowly and carefully, thinking if she wipes it like this, it will be enough, right? Her gaze falls on his face. Looking at him like this, she realizes he looks handsome. As expected, he is the protagonist who will be called the world's most handsome man in the future. However, she observes he is skinny. He's 3 years older than her, and yet, she knows the reason as it is obvious. This is because the Grand Duke Judah is starving Linus. He doesn't outright withhold the food, but he poisons the meal so that it can't be eaten. She thinks he is a villain, and he deserves heavenly punishment. She sighs in anger and decides she has made up her mind. As soon as Linus opens his eyes, she would feed him lots of delicious food. Warm silky soup, freshly baked crusty bread, baked chewy steaks, and crispy fried fish. And she is also giving him the cookies that she secretly packed. She also declares that she will tempt him, that if he becomes friends with her, she will let him eat all of these things in the future. As a snake suddenly drapes itself around her neck, she gasps in surprise when she sees its face, immediately recognizing that if it's a snake in that case, she looks up and there is, awake and alert, having sent the snake. Her cheeks redden from being flustered. She points at the snake and requests him to please get rid of it, also referring to him as His Majesty. This catches his attention and he questions how she knows who he is. She thinks to herself as soon as he opens his eyes, he glares at her. She responds, of course she knows, as only the Emperor of the Latha Empire, or the one destined to be, can summon a mythical creature. Further letting him know she is aware that even at a young age, His Majesty the current Emperor has outstanding abilities and can command 4 mythical creatures. Originally, previous emperors could only command 1 mythical creature. Only the first emperor had 4 mythical creatures at his command. That's why Linus, who commands 4 mythical creatures, was able to become emperor even though he was young and had a weak political foundation. At the same time, for that reason, Grand Duke Judah could not become emperor because he cannot control the mythical creature. She points out, and since one of the 4 mythical creatures is a snake, it's only fitting that it's His Majesty who should have dominion over such a splendid serpent. However, he continues to glare at her, refusing to let his guard down. He wants to know who she is. She thinks, oh yeah, right, self-introduction. She stands to greet him, respectfully bowing her head, and introduces herself as the spoiled youngest child of House Cartier, and then bewildered by her own introduction. He responds that if she is the youngest of House Cartier, then he knows her. He calls her by her name. She freaks out, thinking has she already done something so bad that even the emperor knows about it. She murmurs, since he knows who she is, he should tell the guy around her neck, but he sharply cuts her off by asking why he is here. She groans in frustration, wanting him to let her speak about what she has to say, and she will let him get away with it because he is the protagonist. She puts a smile on her face and explains she found His Majesty passed out and brought him here. He narrows his eyes and questions where. She responds it was an alleyway of a street with a red sign. Suddenly, he looks worried and murmurs to himself, too much mistake in calculating the spiritual power. She wonders what is he saying. Anyway, she better show that she's a trustworthy person here. She assures him not to worry, she will never tell anyone else that she saw His Majesty outside. He fixes her with a piercing glare, causing her to raise her hands in surrender, and promising that she would never tell anyone else that she saw His Majesty outside. Her lips are sealed very tightly. She thinks to herself once when Brother Gabriel was looking for the person who broke an expensive piece of porcelain. She knew who it was, but she never told him. He questions how she knew. This startles her, causing her to jump in alarm as she panics, finding out he has the ability to read people's minds. She wonders when did he have the ability to read people's minds. She explains she was actually a bit immature back then, but not anymore. She further adds that recently she learned that her chef has a secret hobby of reading romance novels out loud, and she has been keeping it a secret. He points out dryly that she just revealed his secret to him. She gasps in shock and thinks the protagonist is scary. Freaking out, she repeatedly rubs her forehead with both hands while he watches her with a questioning gaze, as if suspecting she has lost her mind. She wonders if he looks at all the people with such a deadpan face. She requests him to please keep it a secret, because she is aware he's the kind of person who sneaks in to read his favorite romance novels on purpose. And if a word gets out about it, she imagines his face disappointed as he reminds her that she promised to keep his secret and no more cookies for her from now on. She contemplates that it is a big no-no and falls onto the floor begging him and throwing tantrums. He looks at her and whispers she is different. She looks up at him and thinks, what did he just say? He decides to keep that secret on one condition, that in return she will keep quiet about meeting him. Quickly, she agrees and promises him she will never say anything. Even if someone offers her 100 million gold coins, she won't say anything. Once again, pointing at the snake, she asks him if he would just tell this pretty little snake to go down a bit. With the snap of his finger, the snake is back at his neck. While she is surprised, wondering if the snake just poked her in the cheek. Suddenly, the snake raises his head and looks her in the eye, causing her to think if this is a sign that he's going to swallow her whole. She decides the snake is much cuter if he stays still. Suddenly, his other 3 mythical creatures appear alongside the snake. She finds them all cute. She then comments that there is a dog and a cat among the mythical creatures too, and they are so cute. They both are fighting with each other, and she looks at them in awe, waiting for him to permit her to touch them. Glaring at her, he corrects her that it is a wolf and a leopard. Confused, she looks at him, so he repeats once again that it's not a dog and a cat, it's a wolf and a leopard. She replies she sees and finds them fighting with each other cute. He looks surprised and asks if she doesn't find them scary. But she raises one of her own questions, aren't they cute? He mumbles under his breath, how strange. She hears it anyway and asks what is strange. He wants to know why she is not upset. She thinks about it. She asks herself why she doesn't feel upset. why she doesn't feel bad. But looking at all the mythical creatures, all she can think about is how cute they all are. She replies she is not upset at all and requests him to allow her to touch them. He shifts in his place, causing her to worry, and she assures him it's fine if she cannot, and she just made a mistake. But suddenly he grabs her hand, causing her eyes to widen in surprise and wonder if Linus just grabbed her hand. He states it's real, she is not offended by him. Suddenly, a thought occurs in her mind that could it be that what he was referring to as offensive was Linus himself and not the mythical creatures. She can't help but think that if that is how Grand Duke Judah has treated Linus all these years, thinking he's a difficult kid, that it's unpleasant because he's not an ordinary person. She calls his name, and as he turns, she reaches out and grabs his hand. She knows a child's hands are supposed to be soft, but his hands are full of calluses like her brother's. She looks him in the eye, assuring him His Majesty's is not offensive at all. His Majesty's hands are cold, but they are cool and pleasant to hold. He says, well, they are just cold to be honest. She counters, isn't that great for summer, because it will be cool? But he corrects her that they will be cold in winter as well. She realizes when he puts it like this, she does not know what to say. However, she snaps out of her thoughts when he comments her hands are warm though. She declares then she will share the warmth with him so that he will not be cold even when winter comes. She thinks there are definitely bad people in the world, but there are also those who are willing to give what they have to others, and she hopes Linus meets a lot of people like that. That way he won't fall into the hands of the bad guys and destroy the world. A knock on the door jolts them out of their little bubble. It's Lake who informs he has brought the doctor. Linus suddenly makes his mythical creatures vanish, prompting her to whine because she hadn't had a chance to touch them yet. However, just as he's poised on the window ready to jump, she stops him and insists he wait a moment, then runs to the other side of the room and retrieves a box, thrusting it into his hands and urging him to take it. She explains this chest contains the highest grades of the magic stones which she thought His Majesty might need. Think she originally brought it here to use it somewhere else. He wants to know why she is giving it to him. She exclaims, this is her little gift to show him how much she wants to be his friend. Mythical creatures become stronger when they eat magic stones. She wishes they could gain strength faster. He's taken aback by her offer to be his friend and silently whispers friend. She repeats yes, they should become friends. But before he can take the box, his mythical creatures reappear and snatch it themselves, causing him to scowl at them while Diana gives them a thumbs up, impressed by their speed. She then hands over another box to him, informing him these are the cookies. It's also a gift to commemorate them becoming friends. She points out that if he is worried that they are poisoned, she takes out one of it and eats herself, ensuring they are all good. She requests him to take this with him and eat one whenever he's hungry, and these are from their chef, and they're really good, so he should come back for more if he needs them. She will give him cookies anytime. He accepts it from her, causing a wide grin to spread across her face. He states she is really weird. Lake questions from the other side of the door if she is okay. She realizes she made them wait too long. Before he leaves, he points at his mouth and tells her mouth. She doesn't understand and wonders what's with the word mouth anyway. But then her gaze lands on the mirror beside her, and she realizes her mouth is dirty with cookie crumbs, prompting her to whine louder that he should have told her sooner. Meanwhile, Lake panics and asks her if she is okay. On the other hand, Linus slowly opens the cookie box. The mythical creatures comment that's a sweet smell, and they want to eat that too. He tells them all to be quiet. He thinks about how a few weeks ago, he discovered that his meals contain a small amount of poison, just enough poison to make him die slowly, not instantly. He hasn't eaten a proper meal since then. Instead, he often went outside the palace for food. Yet, lacking funds, he could not satisfy his hunger. Whenever that happened, the only people who worried about him were the mythical creatures. He recalls how the snake was whining that no matter how strong Master's spiritual power was, he could not starve. The crow agreed and decided he would hunt meat for the Master to grill and eat together. The leopard countered that humans needed to eat big. while the wolf announced that he picked some bread on the way and called him a weak human who needed to eat this. He is aware the only ones that worry about him are the mythical creatures because he's the Scarecrow Emperor. There is no one there to help him. But then an image of Diana from earlier surfaces in his mind, recalling how she reassured him that he wasn't offensive at all. He always thought Diana Cartier was a mischievous, mean child, but she was not what the rumors said she was. Smiling a little, he takes the first bite of the cookie and then exclaims, "It's delicious," causing the crow to demand that he wants to try it too. He throws the cookies in the air for his mythical creatures. They all agree that it's really good. He comments she was a weird one. The snake asks if he means that little mean girl from earlier. The snake further continues, this is the first time he has seen a human being without magic power or divine power in their body. This catches his attention. He looks at the snake and questions if Diana Carter's body has no magic power or divine power at all. The leopard states no way all humans possess it, magic power or divine power. The snake glares at the leopard, asking if he's suggesting that he is lying to Master. He looks ashamed, but comments that's really weird. Can a normal human have no magic power or divine power? They believe that's impossible. They usually have some form of magic power or divine power in their bodies, even if it's very weak if not, and that a person has to have spiritual power if they are a human in this world. The snake agrees, but sticks with his words that he did not even sense any spiritual power in that girl. It's as if she is not from this world. The crow reveals something is unfamiliar, yet something oddly familiar about her scent. He calls for Pen, his wolf, and orders him to do something. After the cookies are finished, he thinks this is a box that has served its purpose and an object that he can just throw away. He should probably throw it away, but he makes an excuse that maybe they will see each other again. He guesses he will have to return it then. Diana thinks that it's been 2 days since she met Linus, and it has been raining constantly since then, and she is tired of making excuses for his sudden disappearance, leaving her confined indoors. She thinks it's a pleasure that it's sunny today. The maid asks Diana if she is going out for lunch. She responds that she will be walking, so there's no need to prepare a carriage for her. The maid asks her if she should bring the meal for her in the room. Diana replies no because it's a beautiful day, so they should dine outside at the restaurant downstairs. Marcia becomes astonished after hearing her request and reminds her there are commoners downstairs. Is she sure she's okay with that? Diana smiles at her and promises her it's fine. In the past, she used to treat people poorly and say mean things to them because of her high status. She was known as the spoiled youngest child of House Cartier. She wonders if Linus had heard the rumors too. She further thinks that if the guests of this hotel find out about her. She asks Marcia would people who know her hate her if she ate with them, and if that is the case, she will eat in her room. Marcia becomes furious and asks her what she is saying and who doesn't like their cute young miss. Diana becomes shocked by her reaction, but Marcia continues that's never going to happen, so she will go make a reservation for her at the finest table in the restaurant. A confused Diana wonders if she said something to make her upset. A commotion near grabs her attention. A person screams at the other to get the hell out of here. Where the hell does he think he's coming from here? She wonders who's that really angry person over there. The man continues, reminding him surely he has warned him if he comes near one more time he won't let him get away with it. She realizes he might be the hotel manager. She wonders what is going on. The hotel's manager says that it is a disgrace to his establishment to have low-level mercenaries like you hanging around here. Marcia opens the door to inform about the reservation. But when she spots Diana hovering close to the ceiling, she panics and chases after her, grabbing her to pull her down. She then asks her why she is suddenly standing at such a dangerous place like this. Diana ensures it is all right, and that she will just take a quick look at something, but she doesn't listen to her and drags her away from the ceiling and says what does she need to check. She runs outside without answering, grabbing Lake's attention as well. On her way, she tells Lake she will be in the backyard for a moment. But Lake is more concerned about her running and reminds her it can be dangerous, and Marcia whines why she's leaving without eating. She pouts because she's busy and they should stop following her. In the backyard, she is hiding behind the bushes with Lake, who asks her what on earth she's looking at. But she puts a finger on her mouth, telling him to be quiet. The leader of the mercenaries reminds the other man, like he said, if they pay them, they will leave on their own. But the man responds he is not going to reimburse them for the plate they broke while working. The manager further adds they should be thankful that he did not ask for compensation. The leader insists they did not break it. That place had already been cracked when they found it. But the manager asks how they're going to prove that. He then says anyway, it's true that the broken plate was found while they were working. Diana wonders what did these mercenaries do at the hotel that led to them breaking the plate? Aren't mercenaries usually involved in fighting, tracking people, or protecting? The leader becomes furious and calls the manager shameless, reminding him they worked because he urgently needed people in the kitchen, and this is how he treats them. The manager replies with a smug expression, they act like they are here for charity or something, and add the only commissions they can receive after being expelled from the mercenary guild will be trivial anyway. Lake whispers to Diana that he believes those mercenaries have been set up. Diana questions him, how does he know this? She states that she remembers seeing a broken plate just the other day and thinks that there is in fact a rumor about this restaurant. She becomes furious thinking that they treat their staff so unfairly and thinks that is mean. She says if she had known she wouldn't have made a reservation here. Lake questions her if something unpleasant happened to her, but she replies that it did not. She further states that in her house everyone is so kind that she fell in love with them, and that is the reason she can't help but care about them. Right after this, Lake grabs her attention and points towards the mercenaries and the hotel manager, who are now looking at them with confused expressions. Diana becomes shocked at this and thinks that her plan to eavesdrop and intervene has failed. Nonetheless, she coughs before greeting them with cheerful smile. The hotel manager becomes nervous and questions her about her purpose here. Diana says that she is just taking a walk, which confuses the hotel manager. While the mercenaries ponder about the leaf on her head, Diana says that is right, and she enjoys taking walks at noon before having her lunch. She further states that she likes to have leaves in her hair while taking walks, while Lake picks the leaf from her hair and throws it away. The hotel manager asks if she is familiar with the Article 6 of Labor Code of the Imperial Code, to which Diana questions him if he is familiar with that article himself. The manager is dumbfounded at this. Diana states further that according to the Article 6, even temporary workers who are daily workers must sign an employment contract. The hotel manager asks if there is law like that. Diana states that yes, and it was written by His Majesty, the Third Emperor Lucas del Stein. At the time, a diplomatic problem arose when an unscrupulous employer was caught deceiving a group of the Earth gnomes into forced labor. Therefore, Article 6 of the Labor Code came about because of that incident, and this law makes it illegal to hire someone without a written employment contract. She also states that the penalty of breaking such law is 9,000 pennies. This utterly shocks the manager, who questions the absurd amount. Even the mercenaries are dumbfounded as they discuss their ignorance of such law in their own nation. The manager again questions Diana if such a law really exists. Diana confirms it, claiming that it's even documented in the law book, as she ponders if he had cheated his whole life. She then asks the manager loudly if he had signed a contract with the mercenaries, which makes the manager nervous. Diana ponders that there are very few places that write contracts for temporary workers in the first place, and there are a few people who knows about this law. She casually walks away, stating that he hasn't wrote it and that she will inform the authorities about this. The manager calls her out and tell her that since she is young, there is no need for her to be involved in such trouble, and ask her to go inside. Diana looks at him and ponder that he can't win with words, so he is treating her like a child. She calls him out and asks him if he is saying that she, being a kid, should not involve in this matter. The manager panics and says that is not what he meant, and that she has nothing to do with these people. On hearing this, she casually walks towards the mercenaries and offers to hire them while giving them an initial payment. After this, she looks back at the manager and tells him that she is now their employer, asking him if they have a business arrangement right. She wants these mercenaries under her employment to concentrate on her assignments, and for that to happen the manager needs to pay them properly so that they can focus on her given tasks. The manager, who is dumbfounded, states that they broke a plate and he didn't even ask them to compensate him for his loss. Upon hearing this, Diana states that she has no choice and asks Lake to repeat what he had said before. Lake complies and recalls a moment 2 days ago, on their first night at his hotel. The tableware of Miss Marcia was chipped and the fork was bent. The mercenary, after hearing this, becomes furious and shouts that it was true that there was a problem with the plate from the beginning. He recalls washing the dishes when he noticed quite a few strange things as well. Diana also points out the hotel operating expenses and questions him if he stole it. She states that unless the real owner of this hotel checks the account every month, then tampering with the financial record wouldn't be too challenging for him. She says aloud that she thinks the owner is Count Chenter, and if he finds out about this before the manager gets on his knees and says that she is mistaken, he had stolen a bit of money because of his sick child and he had no other choice. He begs her for forgiveness and asks her to not tell Count Chenter about this before she cuts him off and says incorrect. She points out that he is apologizing to the wrong person, and that he should apologize to the mercenary instead of her. She also claims if he does not intend to apologize properly, then she is going to find Count Chenter today. While she ponders, it's not easy to apologize to a group of people you've been looking down on, but if you've done something wrong, you should apologize and reflect. The manager suddenly confessed that he was wrong, and he had lied to get them in trouble. Diana asks him about their money, to which he replies he will return it all, but Diana is insistent that he do so in front of her. After returning their money, the manager cries and asks Diana if he can go now. Diana gives him permission and he thanks her. After he is gone, Diana claims that she never said anything of not revealing the embezzlement to Count Chenter. Lake sighs while pondering that he can feel the presence of Lord Noha and Gabriel within Diana as he thinks of her as a scary noble lady. Diana suddenly grabs the mercenaries' attention and asks for their introductions. She first introduces herself, and the mercenary with red hair steps forward, claiming to be the Black Swan mercenary group's leader and states his name as Kane. Diana claims that she is aware. She thinks that they are fairly important characters in the original novel, as they will be serving under the adult Linus as his subordinates. She thinks, of course, until that happens, they're a mercenary group that struggles a lot. Kane questions if she is familiar with him, while his subordinates questions Kane's popularity. Diana says that she wasn't lying when she said she wanted to hire them. She was originally going to come look for them. Kane questions, "Look for us?" Kane, with a saddened expression, explains they were kicked out of this country's mercenary guild, and if it is a commission, she will have to find someone other than them. But to their surprise, Diana says it doesn't matter. She further states whether they got kicked out of the mercenary guild or not, she needs them. They are the ones who unfailingly ensure the success of any commission task, which is the Black Swan mercenary group. Kane remains quiet. He asks her what commission she would like to make. She mentions that she would like to ask him to organize a convoy for future sales of the magic stones. She hums around as she questions Lake if the weather is not very nice. He mentions that it looks like it is going to rain. She responds yes, and it is nice because it's cool. She wonders that a few hours ago she might have been angry, wondering if it is raining again. But now she knows that is not the case. Lake asks her why is she in such a good mood. He tells her that he is pretty sure the mercenary group rejected her offer earlier. She responds that the Black Swan mercenary group will not be able to refuse her offer. He seems confused before she tells him that she is sure the vice leader there will come to reject the offer, but she will turn that rejection into an acceptance. He becomes surprised as he asks her how is she going to do that. She tells him that she is thinking of getting some help from where they're going now. She ponders that the capital is definitely different and wonders if there are not a lot of pretty shops. She notices a hat and finds it really pretty. She looks around and sees a candy store as well. Her attention turns to a shoe store as she looks at so many pretty shoes. She comes back to her senses as she realizes this is not the time for this. She knows that she thought it was around this area and wonders where is that building. She looks towards the front as she finds it. It is the Western Magic Alliance Central Branch. He asks her, isn't this a Western Magic Alliance branch? She steps forward as she questions why does she want to meet with the magic alchemists. She responds that she wants to talk to them about selling magic alchemy tools, so she's going to ask them to put her in touch with the Alliance leader. He asks her why doesn't she leave that to the mine operation representative instead of having to do it herself. She questions what is he even talking about, stating that it is their family business, so of course she has to take care of it. She wonders that Taejin is a skilled merchant and operation representative, but that does not mean that she is going to leave everything to him. She knows it is their family business and asks him to trust her as she is going to make a lot of money and give him a raise as well. He seems pretty confused as she steps forward towards the door. She is glad to know that the doorknob here is in the perfect position. She remembers when she visited Jen's store before, and she had an unexpectedly humiliating experience. She places her hand on the doorknob as she thinks that is not going to happen today, as she will definitely and confidently open it. Right then she questions why cannot she open it. The door is not opening as she has no idea what is going on, causing her to wonder if she was this weak. She is sure it is not that bad, but why on earth would not the door open? Right then Lake opens the door for her. She embarrassingly thanks him. She wonders if the door opens sideways, they should please write that it opens sideways as she thinks. What has her image become after all pushing and pulling? As they take a look around the building inside, she questions, so this is what the Alliance of Magic Alchemist office looks like. She is aware that it's more ordinary than she thought. She thinks that it would have been fun if there was something like an illusion spell that showed wonderful illusions to guests who came in. There was a cat that walked on two legs to greet them. She asks Lake, does not he agree? Lake's attention is on something, and she calls out to him and asks him if there is anything there. She looks towards the place he is looking at and realizes that she cannot see anything, causing her to wonder if he's looking at the dust with that much concentration. Right then, they hear someone screaming as Lake covers Diana behind him. It is a woman who fell. She expresses that her butt is about to split in two. She seems annoyed as she questions why are the stairs so slippery, as well as questioning who'd clean the stairs so slippery before she flinches and realizes she did that yesterday. Diana and Lake are both dumbfounded. The woman notices them as she welcomes them to the branch of Western Magic Alliance. She asks them how can she help them. Diana firstly asks Lake to help her get up. He mentions all right as he gives her a hand. She thanks him, stating that she just showed them something they should not see, so they should forget about that. Diana nervously laughs, stating all right, and asks her if she had any major injuries. The woman tells her that is very kind of her and states that she's all right. She has had her fair share of butt bumps. Diana wonders how often does this person fall. She introduces herself as Ari, stating that she is the acting branch manager of the Western Magic Alliance Central Branch. Diana asks her if she is the acting manager. She responds yes, she is the acting branch manager, and she was upstairs experimenting, so she did not realize that they were here. Diana ponders that she was planning to ask the leader of the Western Magic Alliance to contact her directly and also ask for personal requests, but for some reason she does not trust Ari. Ari notices something as she mutters, speaking of which, why is the alarm spell off? As it did not ring for some reason. Diana questions what is alarm magic spell. Ari responds that she usually sets up a magic spell that makes an alarm sound so she can be notified immediately when a guest comes in. She finds it really very weird that it did not work, but then she realizes that she turned it off yesterday for repairs. Diana wonders if this person is really okay. What brings her here? As Diana seems pretty hesitant. She looks towards Lake. She asks him why is he looking around so much, questioning if he's looking for something. He apologizes and states that the fairy that was flying around a moment ago suddenly disappeared. Diana wonders about a fairy flying around in the air a little while ago. She knows that she did not see any of that. Ari states that fairy is part of her illusion magic. Both Diana and Lake are shocked as Lake questions, was that illusion magic? He tells her that it was really different from the illusion magic he had seen a few times. She mentions that the illusions at the entrance were the work of her conversion. In fact, when money was tight, she used to install illusions in the theater, and they were very well received. Diana ponders the acting branch manager. Works part-time whenever the living expenses are insufficient, thinking if this is really a decent place. She also thinks more than that. Why did not she see the illusion magic that Lake was so impressed with? She wonders why the world, as she's aware, she wants to see flying fairies and illusions magic too. Ari states if she is looking for an installation spell, they have got some really cool ones to choose from. From fairy flying visions like the one he just saw, to nightmarish visions filled with monsters of all kinds, to visions that will make her meet the person she has been missing the move. Diana tells her that would be cool, but she did not come here to ask for illusion magic. Ari seems pretty down as she responds. Yes, she sees. Diana calls out to her, telling her that she said she's the acting branch manager and questions, so where is the branch manager? Ari responds that the branch manager is a way to get materials for his personal research. Liana seems pretty surprised and questions if that is the case. She asks her when is he coming back? Or it responds that it could be tomorrow, it could be a month from now on. Maybe he will never come back. Diana seems pretty demotivated as she ponders. Somehow she was thinking that things were going too smoothly. Auditors are if Diana has business with the branch manager, would she like to leave a note, although she does not know when she will be able to deliver it. Indiana responds, no, she does not have a business with the branch manager. She looks at Ari as she ponders that she looks very young, but she's already acting branch manager. She wonders if it was simply a matter of having people remain. She decides to judge a book by its cover as she remembers belief that she's a competent person and decides to start with the unimportant matters. She tells Ari that she would like to reach out to the Alliance leader directly. Ari asks her what is it about that she has to talk to the Alliance leader directly. Diana states that she's trying to sell magic stones. Ari mentions that Diana does not have to report to the Alliance leader if she's selling the magic stones, as she can just leave it to her, and mentions that the price starts at 50 pennies. Diana tells her it's 10 wagon loads of height to highest grade magic stones. Ari is shocked as she questions if Diana said 10 wagons of magic stones. Diana thinks as she tells her, maybe 20 wagons, causing Ari to be more surprised and speechless. Diana tells her that at best it might be 30 wagon as well. Diana thinks that her reaction is interesting. Ari is shocked to know 30 wagon of magic stones. Diana tells her based on the largest wagon, it would be 30 at least for the first deal. Ari asks her where in the world does she get such a huge amount of crystals from. Diana wonders if she has not heard the rumors. Diana states that she's laid with her introduction as she greets her and tells her she is Diana Cartier. A mine of magic stones was recently discovered on their territory. Ari gasps as she mentions the poor territory that hit the jackpot. She's sorry as she mentions she has to stop making mistakes. Diana laughs as she mentions it is not like Ari is swearing that they are going to destroy everything because they cannot run a mine properly because they have been living like raggedy dogs. Indiana wonders what she just said is not even insult. Ari apologizes to Diana as Diana tells her to not worry about it as it is totally fine. She also mentions so that back to what she said earlier, their family is trying to sell magic stones to the Western Magic Alliance on a regular basis. She tells her that she would like to invite the Alliance leader to visit their territory if possible. Ari states, but she's going to sell them to them instead of the Magic City as she is sure the Magic City will be able to buy them at a higher price. Before she tells Diana to pretend that she did not hear that. Diana wonders if she can trust her. Audi states she understands and she will report it to the aliens leader right away before Diana asks her to hold on. Are there questions if there is anything else that she would like to share? Diana mentions, no, rather there's something that she would like to personally request. Ari asks her what personal request. Ari mentions if she wants an illusion magic installation before Diana tells her no, she does not. Indiana asks her to take a look at this as she gives her something. Orit looks at it as she mentions, these are Tilly flowers with as much magic power as a chick's tears. Diana is aware that it is a bit of a stretch, but 200 of these flowers have about the same amount of magic power as a single low-level magic stone, so it is not unreasonable as a flower that is not pretty, as little magic power in it is worthless. She mentions everyone knows that and states that there is a magic alchemy experiment she would like Ari to do with that flower. Ari asks her with these flowers, stating however these flowers' magic power is so poor that using it to make magic tools is useless. And there are no mentions that she is not trying to use it to make a magic tool. Ari questions, so what is she going to use it to make her? A natural object imbued with magic power. Diana mentions it is to make a fatigue reliever. After a while, she knows that everything is progressing smoothly, including the request and for the development of the Tilly's flowers. The inspiration to utilize Tilly's flowers as fatigue reliever was taken from the original work. In the original tale, there was a poor herbalist. He was so hungry that he chewed on a Tilly's flower and then realized he felt energized afterward. He does not think much of it, but that is because of the flower's potency. And there is a reason for that, as everyone in this world possesses magic or divine power in their bodies. So summarize, it goes like this. If a normal person with minimal magic power uses magic tools, they can use magic temporarily, as magic alchemists with substantial magic power can use magic without magic tools, but if they have it, they become stronger. A priest tapping into divine power instead of magic can or remove curses. And then there are the very rare people who have spiritual power in such a scenario. They have bought magic power and demand power. And even if she had the power, she could not utilize it, as Linus Del Stein is a prime example. He has even commanded the fourth medical creature. In any case, the processed Tilly's flowers can be eaten to quickly replenish magic power, making it an excellent fatigue-restoring portion. Plus, they're super cheap since no one else is using them, so the sales margins are great. She knows it is sure to be a hit with the Imperial Code officials who works overtime, as well as the magic alchemists who are always pulling all-nighters for their experiments. She knows if word or mouth spreads like that, it will become a hit product that cannot be missed. She seems pretty excited as she thinks about Marshall calls out to her as she becomes surprised, questioning, when did she get here? Marcia mentions that she knocked on the door and she was the one who let her in. Deanna wonders if she did that. She guesses that she was having too much fun fantasizing about getting rich to notice. Marshall becomes surprised when asked Diana when did she eat this much pudding again, questioning why is she eating so many snacks these days. Diana responds because eating sweets makes her feel like she's super and a good kid. Marcia is speechless and asks her when, where, and how did she get these snags, stating that she kept telling her that she should not eat these things and she should eat well so that she can grow up like a Lord Gabriel and Lord Noah. Diana tells her no, Marcia. No matter how well she eats, she does not think she will ever be as big as her brothers. She is aware that the ordinary heart is different from her older brothers. She does not even have the jeweled eyes, but she will not resort applying paralyzing poison in her eyes like in the original. Marcia tells her that they do not know about that, as Lord Gabriel and Lord have been healthy, eating healthy food since they were little, so they are in good health. Diana mentions that brother Noah does not eat broccoli, carrots, and bell peppers, and this is all a lie, that they eat healthy. Marcia states that since she has had this many snacks today, she does not need to have any tomorrow. She also mentions that even if they go back to the territory, she thinks it would be a good idea to reduce her snacks a bit. Diana becomes shocked. She does not want that to happen, but Marcia tells her she will have to talk to the head butler about that. Diana thinks that adults are cruel, as if they do not have anything to say, they act cowardly. Diana has tears in her eyes as she knows at this rate she's going to lose all her precious snacks. She questions Marcia, asking did not she come into the room because she wanted to talk to her. Marcia responds, yes, there are some people that are looking for her. Diana questions who is looking for her. Moisture tells her that they said they were the leader and voice leader of the Black Swan mercenary group, and she told them to do it in the restaurant. Diana becomes happy realizing that they are finally here, as it has been 2 days, and she is getting close to finding them herself to come like this. She guesses it means that they have finally made a decision as she runs towards them, stating that she will head over. Marcia asks her to wait a moment and asks her if she has ever had cookies other than puddings. Diana wonders, how did she know? Thinking if she's going to say no to snacks again. Diana tells Marcia that she does not know what she's talking about as she has only had puddings. Marcia notices her handkerchief, which shows she had cookies. Diana is embarrassed as she mentions she will not have any snacks tomorrow. She thought it was a perfect crime, but at this rate, she's going to sneakily eat all the leftover snacks. Meanwhile, Kane asks Todd if he is sure he wants to turn down this commission. Todd responds that no matter how he looks at this is not a good commission. Kane states Bug the pay is really good. Todd that he gets it is a request to escort the magic stones, but the Cartier family is not in a good situation right now. He asks why not as he questions, did not they just uncover a mine of magic stones and making them wealthy? He responds that the soon-to-be Marcos is still a child. It is a family lacking a proper adult figure, and the same goes for the Cartier's youngest child who proposed the commission to him. He mentions that she was notorious for being a very vicious child. Kane states that she does not seem like that kind of girl though. Todd asks him to not be fooled by appearances as aristocrats young and old are all the same scum. He also states that his curse may have a negative effect on this request. Diana appears as she greets them. Her mouth is filled with cookie crumbs as they begin to cough. He thanks her for inviting them as he introduces himself as the voice leader of the Black Swan mercenary group Todd. She tells them that it is nice to meet them. Kane wonders if he should tell her that little lady must have snuck in a snag. He finds it cute, as those cookie crumbs may have been an alternative motive to catch them off guard. He knows that aristocrats do not treat people of lesser status than themselves as people. Aware that he will not be fooled by her cuteness as he thanks her for her warmth, hospitality. She mentions that she really appreciates that they came all the way here. She tells them since it is mealtime, how about they eat together? They apologizes to her as they begin to get to the point. She tells them that she thinks it would be okay to share stories while eating as there are already people waiting outside. They mentions all right as he thinks he thought she was just a kid, but he knows she's tougher than he thought. She immediately refused, and bring him down so he could stand up. But he knows, no matter how much he tried to lower their guard. As the table is set, Diana mentions that the food here is really good. He thinks that no doubt she is intentionally smearing crumbs on herself to catch them off guard. He knows that she is young, but she is clearly so he will have to stay alert. She tells them that they should make themselves at home and enjoy themselves. They both look at each other as she questions why are not they eating, asking if they are not satisfied with the food prepared. Todd mentions that is not the case. He asks her is she sure that she doesn't mind sitting at the same table as them as they are commoners. She asks them what as he questions do not aristocrats treat mercenaries like them as is insignificant hello. She calls out to them and thinks even if she's a child, she's still an aristocrat. Realizing that mercenaries would not even be treated like human beings, especially if she is rumored as Diana Cartier. She apologizes to them as both of them become shocked. Kane asks her what does she apologizing for. She tells him that Todd said that because the bad aristocrats have been mean to him, right? She decides to apologize on their behalf, and she tells them they are certainly aristocrats who treat people of lesser status with disrespect, and she was one of them when she was younger. But now she's aware that she was wrong, and she tells them their status should never define who they are. Todd is surprised as he mentions he's the one who's sorry. What he just said was simply an outburst. He tells her that she did not read them badly, and yet he made an arbitrary judgment based on his experience. That she will be like other aristocrats. He also thanks her, stating that he heard that she helped them get the daily wages that they were deprived of. She mentions yes, she did some foods. She also tells them that bad manager will be kicked out of here, and she has been secretly telling the owner of this place. He thanked her again, and she tells them it is really fine and asks them to eat it before it gets cold. She mentions that the food is very delicious, and she is already full, so it is okay to dig in first. Todd tells her it looks like she's not hungry because she ate a lot of snacks. She tells them that it's right. She snuck in a bunch of snacks before she becomes surprised, questioning how did he know. He tells her it is on the corner of her mouth. She becomes embarrassed as she runs away, stating that it is not wiped clean. They both realize that they laughed without even realizing. Thinking she's going to get angry, she tells them it is okay and thanks them for letting her know. She mentions that she is not always like this and asks her to not get her wrong. They both thought that she would be angry. They know that this young lady is nothing like the other aristocrats and decides to make up their minds that they have decided. Todd calls out to her and tells her as expected they cannot accept the commission, and ponders that he cannot take up any more of this lovely lady's time. Todd lets her know they cannot accept the commission. They have recently left the Imperial Mercenary Guild due to circumstances, and because of those circumstances they need to carefully screen the commissions. Ken agrees that is correct, so they are actually here to apologize for not being able to take her commission today. They start to apologize again, but she cuts them off, asking if they rejected the request because of Todd's curse of bad luck. She wants to know if that means clients also experience unfortunate accidents because of it. Todd's eyes widen as he flinches, unable to ask without stammering how she knows. She cheerfully exclaims that she can help him with that. Showing him something, she tells him to take it. He asks what is this, but she just urges him to open it. When he opens it, he murmurs in disbelief that this is a lucky pendant made from the highest grade magic stone. He jumps in his chair in shock and asks if she really made a lucky pendant out of the highest grade magic stone. Kane adds what kind of crazy person would make something like that with the highest grade magic stone. Todd states she realizes that it's a huge waste of money, right? She contemplates it is better to make weapons with the highest grade magic stones because good magic stones are not used for magic tools that increase luck. Her eyes twinkle as she mischievously says, "Is it a waste of money?" She is not sure, as that is the kind of support her family can provide. They both look at the pendant, made of the highest grade magic stone, with undivided attention, their eyes fixed on it. She thinks she selected these siblings for a reason. They are individuals who later played a major role under Linus, so their skills are undeniable. She thinks about how before joining Linus, they had a hard time living overseas. Thus she is more determined to take care of them in this country and send them to him. She muses what a perfect plan, if she does say so herself. Kane confesses he is aware of the discovery of a mine of the magic stones on Cartier territory, but he doesn't suppose she has access to the magic stones at her disposal. She shrugs, telling him not to worry about that. She decided to take charge of the operation of the magic stones mine. His mouth gapes open as he says, "She did?" She admits yeah, and lets them know Brother Gabriel told her to do that too, so they do not need to worry about it, offering to put the clause in the contract for their ease too. She thinks to herself, since he hasn't said anything so far, he should have left everything to her, right? It's annoying to be asked every time, so she should just get a memorandum. She suddenly leaps from her chair in excitement, eager to check how effective the pendant is, because it is said that the effect appears immediately when worn around the neck. He agrees to do it and wears it around his neck. She muses it is a pendant that brings good luck. It's a magic tool specifically made to be given to Todd, so it's her first time seeing it. She wonders what the effect will be. Suddenly, something occurs to her, and she panics, asking how they should test it. They both cough in unison, thinking she's so cute. Todd tells her not to worry and suggests they check the effect of the pendant. But that is the thing that confuses her. How do they assess the effectiveness here? She wonders if they would have a fight or something with each other to test if he's unlucky or lucky. She has fixed her sharp gaze on Todd, but he just enjoys eating. Kane suddenly jumps in excitement, exclaiming that he has already eaten 3 mouthfuls of food without any issues occurring. He asks his brother wasn't he bothered by the unpeeled shrimp or accidentally consumed something too spicy. Todd assures him not at all. Cade adds that, now that he thinks about it, he doesn't have any sauce on his clothes. The pendant's effect is truly remarkable, he marvels. Diana continues to gaze at them, her expression a mixture of puzzlement and bewilderment. When she thinks hard, she suddenly remembers in the original Todd used to get food poisoning after eating certain dishes. They all had eaten the same food, but somehow he would be the only one with food poisoning and would have to spend a lot of time in the bathroom afterward. Diana smiles when she's reminded Todd had a lot of bad luck in the original story, but still she did not realize it was this bad. Kane exclaims he just finished the stew and no problem occurred. Todd murmurs in surprise, none at all. He then turns to Diana and confesses there's one last thing he wants to clarify. She squirms in her seat under his gaze because the look in his eyes is overwhelming, but asks him anyway, what is it? He wants to know if the employer of their Black Swan mercenary group would be the Cartier family or her. She seems taken aback by this question because she thought he was going to inquire about the magic alchemist who created this pendant. She states she is the one hiring him and offers him her hand. He takes hold of it and expresses his happiness to sign a contract. He then kisses the knuckles of her hand. With that, she finished her schedule and headed home. A lot has happened since she got back from the capital. One involves a workload explosion from Jen, fraught with issues such as overseeing the newly recruited miners. The other problem is introducing the mercenary group to Jen. She also received a memorandum from Brother L confirming that she is in charge of mine operations. She ate macarons made by the chef, drank some bad tea, and received a letter from the leader of the Western Magic Alliance. She opens the letter. It is addressed to Gabriel Cartier. She thinks this should have been addressed to her, not her big brother. Anyway, to summarize the long letter, the message was simple. They expressed gratitude for selling them the magic stones she is flying right now. She thinks for someone as high as the leader of the Alliance to move so quickly, or is that a given? She realizes this is because they can receive a greater supply of high-quality magic stones before the Magic City, and that means that the contract is bound to be in their favor. One of the things she needs now in preparation for the negotiations that are coming up is inspecting the mine. Jen, who is accompanying her to the mine, asks her if she's inspecting the mine and if she needs him to show her around. She reminds him she's the one who found this place. She doesn't need a guide, she's just going to take a quick look around. Their attention is caught by the workers who are instructing each other. Jen says he understands, and if anything happens, just make a loud noise, someone will come running. She responds all right. She got it and jokes anyone who sees her will think she's a child in the waterside without her guardian. But Jen points out she is still young though. He then excuses himself and leaves. The miners are a mix of people from their territory and people from other regions, so she wonders if there was a bad atmosphere between them. She also wonders if anyone is trying to steal the magic stones or if the food is coming out okay and the rest of the area and timing of breaks are okay. When she reaches the end of the mine, the area further is blocked and the board states it is temporarily prohibited. She is sure this is the same path she and Marcia took the last time they came here to get the magic stones. She wonders if something happened in the meantime. She flinches when someone calls out to her. It's an old worker who demands to know what she is doing here and who brought her here. He kneels down and extends his hand, offering to take her outside. She tells him it is okay, and clarifies she is not lost. She lets him know she is Diana Cartier, here to inspect. He repeats her name because it sounds familiar, it then clicks. She is the Marquis lady, the one he heard about. He excuses himself, but she assures him it's fine. However, she knows the old Diana Cartier would have been pissed. She then asks him why this area is off limits for a while. Is there a rockfall hazard over there? He tells her it is not like that. After a pause where he looks hesitant, he informs her they have heard a few people tell them that they saw a big shadow over there the other day. A big shadow, she repeats. He states yes, the mercenaries and knights went together just in case, but they found no strange traces. She asks, so is it okay to just go in, right? Another worker points out that they were scared and did not want to go in there, so the supervisor said he would look into it one more time. The man warns Diana there is a monster shadow in there, but another worker states he searched for it and found no such thing. She muses a shadow so big that scares people and wonders, was there a bear in there? The man leaves, but not before warning her it could be dangerous, so he thinks they should call it a day on the inspection. After that, she looks around the place. Suddenly, a sound captures her attention. It's the sound of cracking. She realizes it sounds like the sound an animal with hard teeth makes when it bites down on something solid. As she moves closer, the sound grows louder and louder. She wonders if that is inside there. As she approaches the darkness, she discovers two shining lights. Her mouth falls open in astonishment as she wonders what this could be. When she goes near, what she discovers is a big puppy. Her eyes twinkle in awe when she declares it's a puppy. She remarks it is very cute. She falls on her knees dramatically, wondering why is there a puppy here. She starts to ask him how he got there but cuts herself off, interjecting to ask what he is eating. It's a magic stone, she exclaims. That's not for eating. When he doesn't listen, she shouts him to stop it and spit it out now. She tries to coax him to spit it out as it's not really editable. She adds he should not eat magic stones unless he is a mythical creature. However, in that moment, she trails off when she looks closer. She realizes it's actually not a puppy. It is Linus's wolf mythical creature. She tries to convince herself it's probably not as when she saw him before. He was small and cute. This one is also cute but big. But she lets herself consider for a moment that maybe he's gotten bigger because he had the magic stones and grew stronger. However, she is aware the mythical creature could not have come alone without Linus. And although it is the red wolf hunting season, his fur isn't red, so she can't help but wonder if he's indeed a mythical creature. The wolf smiles at her when he has eaten his magical stone. She thinks he's a good eater, by the way, and a cute puppy can eat some of the magical stones. When he starts barking at her, she snaps out of her thoughts and realizes she's not supposed to be watching. She leans in closer and murmurs to him. He is one, right? The Majesty's kid. He frowns at her use of a kid. She realizes something doesn't feel right. This time she calls him Mr. Mythical creature, and the dramatic wolf groans in satisfaction. She looks away, wondering if he is trying to say, does she recognize him now? To her somehow it feels like a child who is happy to be treated like an adult. She then refers to him as Mr. Mythical creature and asks him what brings him here. She puts two and two together, realizing that the people who talk about the shadows over the other day, it could be this wolf. She asks him if he has been sneaking in here and eating the magic stones. He averts his eyes. The action doesn't go unnoticed. She can see how he averted his eyes. She thinks she hit the nail on the head. She sweats nervously when she thinks from the day she returned from the capital. How much did he eat? Suddenly she shouts at him, calling him a sneaky wolf. He flinches by sudden change of her demeanor. She snaps at him, telling him he cannot eat anything without permission. What if something happens? She thinks to herself, of course, he's a mythical creature, so he should be fine, but one never knows. She believes Grand Duke Judah is probably looking for ways to harm not only Linus, but also his mythical creatures. Until Linus can walk the path of a true emperor, no one can protect Linus more closely than the four mythical creatures. Linus survived, but it was not without its bumps. Among them, there was also an attempt to harm the mythical creatures. She points out to him that if he gets hurt, His Majesty Linus could also be in danger. He knows that, right? She averts her gaze, her cheeks red as she admits she wants him to be happy along with them. She muses Linus is twisted because he's been through a lot, that's why he destroys the world in the original. So he has to take a different path from the original. She is aware he cannot go through too big of a crisis. She snaps out of her thoughts when the wolf woofs. She lets him know trying to be adorable does not work. He groans sadly and looks away. She wonders if he could sense her soft spot, or is he truly reflecting? He rummages with his paws and retrieves another magic stone, placing it in front of her. Slowly tilting his head, he gazes at her with anticipation. Her face tense as she wonders if he means he wants more. She realizes he does not seem ready to let her off. She tells him no, he has already eaten enough. His face falls and he growls. The dramatic mythical creature falls onto the ground, showing his disappointment clearly. She tells him okay, he doesn't have to be disappointed. She permits him to eat more of what he brought. Suddenly his face brightens, and he conveys his gratitude in his own language. She can't help but remark to herself, he's so cute. When he eats, she snuggles to his side and asks him if it is delicious. His fur is so soft, and he doesn't seem to mind. She concludes he is amazing. But then she questions herself, why is he truly here? It is said that the more a mythical creature consumes magic stones infused with magic power or holy relics imbued with divine power, the stronger it becomes. She asks the wolf if he sneaked in here because he wanted to eat some magic stones. He responds in his own language. She reminds him His Majesty will be worried. She declares from now on she will send him some magic stones so he doesn't need to come to steal them, also instructing him to share them with his friends. She tells him he has to be strong. The stronger he gets, the more Linus will be able to trust the world. She reminds him he must protect Linus so he doesn't become despairing of the world. She also thinks to herself she will be strong too. She hands him over the cookie box and lets him know she has put some spirit stones in this cookie box he can take and share it with his friends. She also orders him not to come here to sneak and eat this. People will freak out when they see him. She then slightly pushes him and tells him it's time to head back. Enthusiastically, she waves at him and thinks unfortunately, she doesn't think she will be seeing him for a while. 2 days later, she gasps in surprise to see him and asks him why he is here. She asks him to be sure if he is Linus's wolf mythical creature. She tells him it's nice to see him, but is actually panicking. Her gaze falls on the cookie box that she gave him last time. She asks him if he brought the cookie box to get more magic stones. He responds, so she realizes that's not it. She then wants to know why he brought it. When she opens it, there is just a piece of paper on which pen is written. She wonders what it means as there's nothing else. She finally asks him, is this his name by any chance? He nods. She appreciates him giving her his name, but he's supposed to be at His Majesty's side. She declares she will give him the magic stones, but now he must return to His Majesty's time. But he shakes his head, causing her to gasp. She asks him if there is something else he wishes to say. She realizes he could not have written it himself, so Linus must have written it and sent it to her. But why? Why did he send the mythical creature to her? She considers the possibility of him trying to spy on her, but then thinks no, she hasn't done anything to deserve being monitored. She tells him instead of just writing down his name, it would have been better if he had also written down why he was sent here. She then calls him by his name. He woofs in response. She states she doesn't know why he's here, but he needs to go back. Suddenly, he starts glaring at her and growls menacingly. She is taken aback and asks what's with that betrayed look in his eyes. He starts barking. She coaxes him to be quiet. If he starts barking, he will wake everyone up. She thinks if he is this big, everyone will know he's a wolf. Then it would be a mess. She can try to pass him off as a puppy, but he's not small enough for other people to be fooled. She panics contemplating if they try to kill him, thinking it's a red wolf that they could not kill during the hunting season. It is going to be a problem. And if they won't try to kill him and try to find out his identity, it's also going to be a problem. She thinks it has to be kept a secret that she's trying to help Linus. After all, in the eyes of her brother, she is a 10-year-old child. Her words are not yet trusted. She needs to hide it for now. She's aware that if they found out that she was helping the Scarecrow Little Emperor, they might even take back their offer to let her run the mine. She groans in frustration because that is a big no. She grabs his mouth by both of her hands to shut him up and tells him not to bark. She doesn't know. How can she tell him to just go away suddenly? She tries to bribe him by offering 2 or 3 magic stones. This catches the attention of the greedy wolf, who looks like he's very considering it. She flinches when someone calls her name. The person asks if she's in the room. It's Brother L. She realizes the sound must have been too loud after all. She turns towards Pen and tells him she will give him 5 magic stones, so he should just go somewhere else for a moment. Just at that moment, the door bursts open and a panicked-looking L enters, asking what's going on, and if it's an assassin. She looks up at him with wide eyes. The wolf has snuggled to her side, but he is much smaller in size now. When her brother strides over to her, she lets go of the wolf. He picks her up by the nape, earning a growl from the wolf. He says this is not a dog, it looks like a wolf pup. But she calls him a cute puppy, isn't he? She thinks to herself, now that it has come to this, she has no choice but to insist that it is a puppy. She lies to her brother that she spotted him around the neighborhood the other day, and he is the cutest puppy ever. She urges him to look at all that fluffy fur and adorable paw pads. How cute is that? Elle glares at her and scolds her, asking has she been secretly nurturing this in here all the time. He further adds he heard that her snack intake has increased compared to the past. The head butler, the chef, and even the personal maid were worried. Now he thinks she kept feeding it to this wild dog. She thinks, no, that was just her eating. He throws the wolf while he declares he cannot let an untrained wild dog into this house, so she should get him out. The wolf curls into itself and then rises to its feet, fixing a menacing glare on the brother. She tells her brother it is okay, he's not attacking her like he feared. To convince her brother, she encourages him to look at her. She then asks for the wolf's hand. Confused, he just keeps staring at her, or more like glaring. She asks for it again, but he remains unresponsive. She wants to ask the wolf if he wishes to get kicked out of here like this, or does he want to stay here and pretend to be a puppy? She keeps the forced smile on her face, encouraging the puppy. Finally, he places his hand on her. She thinks, at last, he gets it. Once again, her attention is captured by his soft and fluffy skin. When she instructs him to roll, he rolls. When bark, he barks. She smiles, thinking she did not intend to play with him, but it's more fun than she thought. She turns to her brother and tells him to look. She has been training him for a few days, and he's already listening to her this much. Clever enough to add, he must be a very smart puppy. Her brother asks, is that so? She announces she wants to raise him. She wants to raise him, he repeats. She promises to take him for walks, wash him, feed him well, and give him a bath. Also adding she will be sure to brush him so he doesn't shed too much. They lock eyes in a silent competition, and she gives him her best puppy eyes. He finally relents, sighing deeply, unable to find the right words to describe her. She pleads with Elle. This time the wolf gets into the role of playing a poor puppy too, and plays his part very well, giving him the best puppy eyes he can manage. Diana's eyes well up as she pleads with her brother to allow her just this once. He fixes her with a look and tells her this is going to be a big one, but she tells him it is okay, he is such a good boy. She thinks this is proof that her brother's heart is wavering. She just gotta keep pushing. She continues he will be a good boy even when he is very big. She says right pen and decides to do another sparkling eye attack with her accomplice. However, her brother is sure that it is definitely the eye of a beast. He sighs and says she has already given him a name, so there's nothing he can do about it, and finally allows it. She jumps in joy. She dashes into his embrace, hugging him tightly. She conveys her appreciation earnestly. He appears surprised but still shows his affection by gently patting her on the head. She thinks of the hands of her brother who had tried to keep her from falling, who had tried to right the crooked Diana Cartier so many times. No matter how many times she says this, it is not enough. So she is going to keep saying it a lot, to keep thanking him and expressing her love for him. He murmurs who knew one dog could make her so happy, but warns her anyway, if this becomes a problem at any time, he will throw him away. She smiles at him and thanks him for his concern. He tries to act unaffected as he questions who was worried about her. He just doesn't like the unnecessary commotion in the house. He then tells her it's late at night, so it is time to go to bed. She is shorter than her peers because she eats too much and doesn't sleep enough. She protests she hasn't been eating much lately, but he just replies, "Yeah, sure." He tucks her in the bed. He tries to say something but ends up changing his mind. She knows he is embarrassed to say goodnight, isn't he? She knows her brother is a really good person, but he's really clumsy. However, in the next second, he picks up the dog again by his nape. She expresses her desire to sleep with Pen, but he points out sleeping with an untrained dog is dangerous, and additionally, dogs that are not properly trained can bite their owners. He lets her know if he ever shows aggression he will kill him. She knows she has to placate her brother and promises him she will be careful so he doesn't have to worry. To sign deeply, he tosses the wolf back to her. The wolf emits a silent growl. She caresses him to soothe his agitation, silently promising herself to give him more magic stones. Elle thinks not bad for a toothless little dog trying to defend his master. He turns abruptly and says they will see. His hand hesitates on the door handle as she smiles brightly at him and bids him to have pleasant dreams. Glancing back at her, his lips twitch upward slightly in a subtle expression of warmth. He returns her greeting and leaves. She returns her attention to the wolf and asks him if he has any idea why he came here. Surely there's a reason he has come back here again and again, right? She looks exhausted and yawns, but still demands why she did Linus send him. Even if he has all 4 mythical creatures, there are times when it's dangerous. She hugs him tightly as she expresses his fur is so fluffy it makes her feel good. She feels sleepy but reminds herself it's not the time to doze off. She cannot sleep yet. She tries to sort out the mystery behind the wolf's sudden appearance but is too tired to remain awake and dozes off, snuggled to his side. Pen, who understands words well and is cute, quickly became a new member of their family. While Pen is adjusting to their house, tomorrow is the day that the leader of the Western Magic Alliance will come to their house. She looks at Pen and remarks her fur is looking a little shiner. Is it because she has been brushing more often? She asks him to make sure he is preparing as she instructed, right? He's probably doing a good job preventing Seeds from touching the guests' tea. Seed is their head butler, but he's horrible at making tea. She wonders out aloud if a guest drank that tea, would it be said that the Cartier family served poison tea? She thinks she's talking to him, and he responds to her. Why does it seem like he understands everything she says? She asks him if he understands what she is saying, but he averts his gaze. She states if he understood it, it means he understands. Suddenly the door bursts open and Marcia enters, declaring they are in trouble. Diana asks her what is wrong, is something else missing from the kitchen, and let her know in advance if Madeline is missing. The culprit might be Pen. Marcia throws her off guard by announcing that their guest has unexpectedly arrived a day earlier than scheduled. She jumps in her seat, visibly shocked by the news. She asks her what she should do. Although the preparation was almost ready, it was still undergoing final inspection. Joanna rushes to her in order to get her to calm down. She assures her there's nothing to worry about. Even if the guest came a day early and they were not ready for him, they should not worry. She tells her not to be intimidated by someone who comes early on purpose to embarrass them in an important negotiation. He's probably hoping that they will make a mistake in the negotiation while they are panicking, so she should not panic. Marcia states that's probably too far-fetched. She then asks her if her brother is entertaining the guest now. She replies, "No, Lord Gabriel's not here right now. He's working on the costume he is going to wear for the succession ceremony." Her eyes widen in surprise in response. Just as the guest prepares to take his first sip from the tea, She rushes towards him, warning him to take his hand off the teacup if he doesn't wish to die. When he pauses and looks at her in alarm, she stops to take a breath and thinks this saved one person's life. She thinks that person is the alliance leader, the person who wants to embarrass them so he can swing the contract in his favor. She is determined not to let him do as he pleases. Now that the initial threat has dissipated, she approaches him gracefully and introduces herself as Diana Cartier, resolved to stop his attempt to take the lead first. The man rises from his chair to introduce himself as Ralph, the leader of the Western Magic Alliance. She bows and expresses her gratitude for coming this way, expressing her pleasure to meet him, and refers to him as a seeker. She adds a seeker of knowledge on an endless journey. He seems taken aback and questions how an outsider could use such a greeting, but once he composes himself, he apologizes, explaining that outsider wasn't meant as a negative term. She understands it. She saw it in a book a while ago. She asks him. They refer to those who are not magic alchemists outsiders, right? She admits she recognizes that the greeting she just used is more suited for someone of the stature of the Master of the Magic City, or the leader of the Western Magic Alliance. She confesses she studied a lot for the person who will continue a long-term relationship with their family in the future. The man gulps nervously and says he sees. She ponders that she read about it in the original novel, so it is not a lie. She thinks to herself, first of all, suppressing his advance is a success. He thought she did not know anything. She then instructs Seed to make a fresh pot of tea, but lies that she knows he will be busy, so tells him to have someone else brew it. The sad expression on his face shows that he also knows the real reason but obeys anyway. Earlier, she overheard him muttering maybe this guest would like his tea. She wonders when he will face reality. First of all, she explains to him that she is the only person here to welcome him. Her brother, no, she corrects herself, Lord Gabriel is away for a moment. If he had known that the Alliance leader would come at this time, Lord Gabriel would have been home too. When he remains quiet, she wonders why there is no response, no frustration, no excuses. She realizes he's staring at her feet. In perplexion, she looks down only to find Pen there. Jumps into her lap. She asks him when did he get here. The man asks, is that puppy hers? She replies, yeah, he's her dog. He's really cute, isn't he? The man fidgets with his fingers as he wonders could it be, but then exclaims it is nothing. She wonders what is it? Is it possible that magic alchemists can recognize the mythical creatures differently than other people? He then states by her permission, he would like to ask a question. Ralph wants to know if it is true that Lord Gabriel's hobby is collecting bows. Diana seems surprised, but answers that is right. She also adds Brother Noah's hobby is collecting swords, while Brother L's hobby is collecting bows. He claims he knew it and passes over a big box and states, then he will present him the bow he just got as a gift, and in return perhaps they can discuss reducing the cost of delivering the magic stones. What on earth he thinks of her brother, and how does he plan to flatter him with just a bow, is what she wants to say, but decides this bow is worth it. She thinks to herself he is quite clever bringing something like this and believes it is not a bad tactic for negotiations. To some extent, this can be said to be favorable to the coalition. When the tea arrives, she goes out of her way to make sure Seed did not make it by asking him. He replies with saddened expressions that Marcia made it. However, he is out of luck. She thinks because she is the one he is negotiating with. She wants to reschedule and finalize this contract before her brother gets here. Ralph claims the tea is exquisite. She is glad it suits his taste. Poor Seed. She then gets back to the business and asks him if the Western Magic Alliance is in urgent need of a supply of magic stones, right? He says yes and admits magic stones are always essential for magic alchemists. She inquires they will be competing with the Magic City soon, right? In the West-East Magic Alchemy competition. Ralph flinches in shock, and once he recovers, he asks how she knew that. That's an event that only a magic alchemist would know about. She knows that reaction is understandable. Once every 2 years, the Western Magic Alliance and the Magic City engage in a magic alchemy competition. Each field selects a representative team to compete. This competition is a battle for the pride of 2 magic alchemist organizations. She states, as he must expect, it has been 10 years since the Western Magic Alliance won. Diana exclaims the Alliance leader also has special expectations for the magic storms to be supplied this time, right? He asks in shock if Lord Gabriel informed her of that. He cannot believe that Gabriel, who is not even a magic alchemist, would know such information. She narrows her eyes at him as she looks offended that he did not even consider her to be the one with the information. She wonders if he finds it hard to believe that a child like her knows this. If she's accustomed to such reactions, then it's just a matter of course, right? She convinces herself she's not particularly offended though, but feels the need to really surprise this Mr. Diana declares regarding the Magic Stone's mine, she is in charge of everything, including distributions and contracts. Ralph covers his mouth in shock as he starts no, he cannot be negotiating with the child. She tells him not to worry. She understands his surprise and confusion. He might think she is not a suitable negotiator because she's still a child. But he quickly says no, he just made an assumption. However, she finds it a bit surprising considering that magic alchemists are choosing to judge others without being concerned about appearances more than anyone else. She tells him to think about aloes for a moment. He inquires by aloes if she's referring to that aloes Caligo. She responds yes, that is right. Aloes Caligo is a legendary magic alchemist whom all magic alchemists admire and aspire to be. He was an incredibly talented, albeit belatedly recognized, magic alchemist from an early age, so among magic alchemists, there's this saying it wasn't aloes that changed, it was those who looked at him that changed. She states she heard that when Aloes was young, people ignored him just because he was young. He admits she is right. Even after he became an adult, he demonstrated outstanding skills and only then did they recognize Aloes. She also points out among magic alchemists, instead of saying don't judge a book by its cover, they say, remember Aloes, right? He lowers his head in shame and apologizes. However, he also admits he doesn't feel magic power from her and asks her if she can by chance practice magic alchemy. But she's honest to him that she cannot practice magic alchemy. However, she studied many things to learn more about magic stones. Diana explains it is because from now on, in order to properly sell her family's important product, they need all kinds of information. She hands over the draft to him. He wants to know when she prepared all of this. She says that is a draft proposal contract she has put together. Now then, shall they have a conversation? Ralph sweats nervously as he says well, sure, he feels like he's going to have to ask for a favor here. She vows of course, she will do her best to make sure it is a contract that both the Western Magic Alliance and her family are happy with. The next day as Elle is going through the draft, he thinks the Western Magic Alliance leader visited a day ahead of schedule. He only realized that after returning home. The butler informed him the contract was signed by Miss Diana. The young miss also kept a copy of the contract separately. He also informs him she left saying she had something to discuss with the mine operations representative. Elle is surprised Diana signed the contract at this price, because that is a lot more than he expected. He settles on asking Diana about this when she gets back. More importantly, the letter is also half profanity. The letter is written by their brother Noah, who has been keeping an eye on things like he instructed. But there hasn't been any movement from House Caligo. He then suddenly changes the topic and starts talking about how he finds gray wolf meat tougher to eat than red wolf meat. Elle can't help but think, why does he even bother writing this nonsense? In the end, Noah asks about their youngest wild cat and wants to know if she still has a nasty personality these days. The nickname reminds Elle of the days when Diana did not have a very good reputation. She was 12's sister with a large age difference. That child was the worry of the family. A young lady who ignores and bullies people just because of her high status. He admits if it had been just that level, it might have been okay, but Diana's behavior was getting worse by the day. Slapping a servant who offended her was standard fare, and she once threw out a maid by accusing her of being a thief. At the time he asked her why she did that, and the child's answer he heard was that she thought it was just a joke. He scolded her harshly, but she did not seem to reflect on it. Elle reveals Noah never said it directly, but he was always worried about her. Before leaving, he asked his brother that until he gets back, he should turn their wild cat into a human. Admitting it won't be easy though, even though he's far away from home due to a royal decree, he always sends a letter asking about how she is doing. In one other letter, he asks, has she still not changed? He guesses her personality is like that because of her resemblance to father and them. In another letter he was being sarcastic, that no one was going to like her and her future was so bright that they would have to live with her. Elle states he acts like he's just swearing, but in reality he's just worried about his youngest sister. What a dishonest guy. He is sure Noah will be surprised and delighted when he tells him that Diana is actually quite different these days. He writes a letter to Noah saying whether he believes it or not, but the youngest, who is always prone to accidents, has suddenly become more mature. Is she growing up? He admits if that is the case he would welcome it, but he's not entirely happy about it. He doesn't want her to be the same person she was before, but it would be nice if she was a little more playful. There's a knock on the door. He permits the person to come in. The door opens, and Diana peeks her head inside. She strides over to him, grabbing his sleeve. She tells him he has something for him and to come with her. He asks her what she's going to give him and wants her not to make a big fuss before dinner. But she just urges him to come quickly. He tells her if she pulls him like that any longer she will hurt herself and tells her he's going, so no pulling. She looks up at him with those big eyes of hers and thinks as expected of her brother. Isn't he nicer than he looks? She doesn't know why people are so afraid of him. She brings him to the head of the family's room and wants him to take a look inside. He tells her this is a place that one must not enter unless they are the Marquis. However, she points out, a lot of people come in here, including Marcia and Seed. He responds it is because their job is to tidy up this room. However, he cannot enter as he has not yet undergone the official title succession ceremony. He doesn't know why she brought him here, but if her intention was to bring him in here, maybe next time. Her expressions turned very sad, as she admits actually, she placed something in here that she wanted to give to him. It's something she really wants to show him today. After that, he suddenly changes his mind and bursts into the room. He exclaims, "What on earth is in here?" At that moment, his gaze falls on the table with the bow. She explains that it is a gift to celebrate his brother's ascension to Marquis. He picks up the bow to examine it and points out this is a bow made of golden stag antlers. It's not something she can buy with her pocket money, is it? He looks back at her and asks her if she stole it. She is offended and protests she did not. She thinks she did some bad things when she was young, but that was before she turned 10. He has still narrowed his eyes at her, looking like he doesn't believe her. He then guesses, did she get tricked by some scammer and buy a fake one? She contemplates, is it because it's too hard to find for her to buy it? She admits actually it's a gift from the Alliance leader who came today to negotiate a lower price for the magic stones. She assures him she did not haggle over the price because of that gift. In fact, she signed a contract with a 5% increase in the price she originally thought, so he doesn't need to worry. He states now that he thinks about it. He was surprised when he saw the report. How did she manage to increase the price more than the expected range? She giggles and tells him it's all thanks to her amazing negotiation skills. Further adding, after negotiating for that bow, she bought it with her pocket money and other savings she had. She tells him not to worry, she did not get scammed or steal anything. She thinks she must say she included crucial information needed for the magic alchemy battle against the Magic City. She declares to leave the money matters to her from now on. Diana confesses she doesn't feel comfortable leaving it in the hands of Brother Gabriel and Brother Noah. He mumbles under his breath, irrefutable. She also murmurs that she plans to give Brother something even better than that in the future. She holds his hand with both of hers, She calls them firm, warm hands. Hands that protected her to the end and still protect her. She states so what she is trying to say is thank you as always. She thinks for the moments he remembers, plus all the time he won't remember yet. Now that she thinks about it, she doesn't think she has ever said that before and states she just wanted to express that to him. He pats her on the head and reminds her she is still so young, so there's no rush to act like an adult already. She smiles in response and questions, is he disappointed that she has suddenly become so uptight? She assures him not to worry. It's true that she is still a kid, but she's not going to let that stop her from protecting her brothers. She declares she will protect him. Surprised, he asks her who would protect whom. She says she will protect him. He calls her a little brat. 6 more years until she is an adult. She has a lot of work to do before then. But no matter how busy she gets, she doesn't plan on neglecting her family. She tells him if he ever feels like stroking her head, he's welcome to do so, no matter how grown up she becomes. He murmurs the youngest wild card was better than the kitten with its claws missing. He expresses his concern about how he is going to present it to the world. Elle then thanks her for her gift and promises to treasure it. A huge grin appears on her face. He then remembers he did not tell her that Noah will be back soon. After signing a contract with the Western Magic Alliance to exclusively sell the crystals for a limited period, she has been quite occupied lately. It seems the mine was even busier than she was, with more magic stones than expected in the initial batch. Eating cookies, playing with pen, eating snacks, she has been so busy with all of it. Marcia enters her study room and informs her she received a letter from the Western Magic Alliance Centra branch. She takes the letter from her and wonders if this is from Ari. Her eyes widen and she flinches when she reads the contents of the letter and thinks if these are true. She rushes to Ari's place and informs her she's here and asks if what she wrote in her letter is true. Ari, who looks very nervous, finds it difficult to form a reply. She tugs on her hair, looking away as she apologizes, admitting she even gave her the money for the request in advance, but she wasn't able to achieve results that satisfied her. Diana panics and tells her there's no need to cry like that. Ari thinks she's not even qualified to be the acting branch manager of the Centra branch. She cannot keep pretending to be a great magic alchemist with this kind of half-assed skills. Diana demands why would she say that, when she sent her a letter saying it wasn't exactly a total failure. She admits it did show some effect in relieving fatigue. After drinking it, it makes one feel a bit lighter, almost as if they have just taken a 20-minute nap. But it might not be the effect she hoped for, like feeling weightless. Diana thinks it's not exactly what she expected, but it's within the anticipated range. Ari confesses she has thought about whether she would be able to pull it off if she had more time, but she is not. She pulled all-nighters to boost performance in every way possible, but to no avail. In the first place, there was no way she could succeed in processing Tilly's flowers, which her senior magic alchemist failed to do. Diana cannot believe she is beating herself over that. Ari promises to return her payment as soon as she can, minus the portion she has spent so she can find another good alchemist other than her. Diana points out in her letter she mentioned that she accidentally applied the Tilly's product to her face after mixing it with other things. Ari replies yes, she has been up all night and her eyes are puffy, so she mistook it for makeup and put it on. She states well, after applying it, the freckles became lighter and the dark circle seemed to fade a bit. Diana smiles and tells her it is not exactly the same, but her face is really shining now. Oh, really? She asks. Is that what she sees in her eyes too? Diana is honest to her. The reason she wanted her to process Tilly's flowers into a fatigue reliever is because of financial reasons. Ari mentions that it serves such a crucial purpose before fully understanding what she means. Her mouth falls open as she exclaims, "Money." Diana points out there is an abundance of Tilly's flowers near the Magic Stones mine and it's wasteful not to utilize them. So she planned to turn them into a fatigue reliever and sell them. She also adds a lotion can fetch a higher price than a mere fatigue reliever. Ari tries to say then, could it be that she would, and then trails off. Diana completes for her. That is right, she did not fail the request. Rather, she did well and calls her the best magic alchemist. Ari confesses she was always looked down upon because she had the worst skills among her classmates. This time she was also the acting branch manager, but it wasn't really a position she was qualified for, so it was too much pressure. But still, she tried to do her best. Diana realizes this is the reason why Ari was so unconfident. Diana exclaims she has truly exerted herself, therefore, she will officially revise the request. She tells her Tilly's flowers are to be processed into lotion rather than a fatigue flower. Ari smiles at her and assures her she has written down the combinations, so it is just a matter of replicating them a few more times to make sure the results match up. Diana remarks the results are much faster than she expected and Ari is the best. Ari then wishes to know if she's attending social gatherings to showcase its effectiveness and sell them. She heard that all popular lotions are sold like that. Diana asks Ari, does she think people would believe it if she endorsed it at a social gathering? Ari remains quiet, but she thinks to herself she's too young to do it. However, Diana exudes confidence as she assures her not to worry about the sales. There is a way to do it.
In the Drury Lane Opera House, Olivia sighs. Her manager steps in and tells her that today's performance was amazing. Questioning if she saw everyone giving a standing ovation, she responds that yes, she did see that. Her manager tells her that she left all the gifts and bouquets for her over there. Olivia thanks her manager. Her manager notices her mood and asks her what is wrong. She mentions that she thought her performance today was perfect. Olivia responds that it is nothing. Olivia thinks that just before the curtain fell, she could hear it. The people were gossiping about her, finding it frivolous, stating that if she is popular enough, she will be the mistress of some noble. That is how they see actresses. She is aware that the voice was Countess Sanchez and her companions. Her manager tells her that there's actually someone that is waiting for her. Olivia questions if it is a noble by any chance. Her manager responds that it is a noble. Olivia tells the manager that she has told her she is tired of dealing with nobility. The male nobles are only here to offer to be her patron, and the female nobles are here to treat her like a scavenging cat. Whoever it is, she tells the manager to go ahead and make a reasonable excuse and send them back. Her manager tells her that person is not who she thinks they are, as the one that is waiting for her before there's a knock on the door. A person steps in with a bucket of flowers, stating that she apologizes for the unexpected visit. Earlier, Diana had told Ari that there are ways to make people desire something without being in their presence. Ari questioned what are they? Diana told her that she only needs to remember two things. Firstly, it is a limited edition. Ari was really confused as she asked, why is it limited edition? She questioned, should not one sell a lot of products to make a lot of money? Diana responded that initially it is true, but as the product itself becomes more valuable, they can then sell it for a longer period of time. She gives an example of a lotion that even money cannot buy. Even people who were not interested at first will be amazed, right? The prestige associated with the brand will increase the lotion's value. Ari states that she understands selling it at a higher price for a longer period of time would definitely be more profitable. Ari then questions about the second method. Diana then tells her about the second method. Back in the present, Diana steps in with the bouquet of flowers. She introduces herself as Diana Cartier. The second method is to have celebrities use it first, as it is a promotional model for the brand. Olivia Ayer is an actress whose popularity is rapidly rising in the capital city thanks to both beauty and acting skills. Every performance she appears in sells out, and in a few years she will be a renowned actress famous in other nations. Beyond the empire. Diana knows that she felt it too after watching the play today. That skill is not just a rumor, but it is indeed real. Diana expresses to Olivia that it was a very impressive and wonderful performance. She also questions if Olivia would please accept her bouquet. Both Olivia and the manager stare at each other as she wonders why are they reacting this way. Today's performance was about a woman who becomes the embodiment of revenge and truly punishes her enemies. She questions if Diana really enjoyed it. Diana responds that it was truly amazing, and she can see why Olivia's performance of Vengeance is Mine is the most popular play. She especially liked the scene where the heroine beats the crap out of her ex-husband who was trying to reconcile the scene where the good heroine awakens as the embodiment of revenge. It was also awesome that Olivia's scene did not falter at all during all that ticking. She also loved how she turned her cousin's trap against her bullying sister. The manager is teary-eyed as she's glad that she enjoyed it, and as a house manager, she's happy she finds Diana really cute. She is gratified that Diana enjoyed it so much. To be really confused as she notices that both of them are covering their mouths, causing her to think why are they doing that, or if they are coughing. The manager tells her that she is glad that Diana enjoyed the performance and that she will take her leave now. The manager leaves as Diana ponders that she knows when to step aside, and she's a quick thinker and a good person. Olivia tells Diana that it is a great pleasure for her as an actress to know that she enjoyed the performance so much. She thanks Diana. She takes the bouquet of flowers and states that she would also appreciate them, but she ponders that these are yellow freesia. Olivia tells Diana that since she's probably busy, she would like to ask her about her business first, questioning why she is looking for her. Diana does Olivia that she would like to hire her. Diana is glad that the conversation is going fast. Olivia is startled before she apologizes, stating that she's already under an exclusive contract with the theater. Diana tells Olivia that she's not saying she wants to hire her as an actress. Olivia asks her if she's not trying to hire her as an actress. What in the world is she trying? Diana mentions that it is none other than that their family recently developed a cosmetic lotion and she wants Olivia to use that. Olivia asks her if Diana wants the word to get out that it's the lotion that she uses. Diana responds exactly. She would like to hire her to promote her cosmetics and pay her to do so. Olivia tells Diana that she does not have to do that, as if she wants that lotion to be famous, it should be used by other noble women first, not actresses like her. Diana tells Olivia that the noble women say that she is an actress of low status, but in today's social circles, they want to copy everything that she does, from the makeup that she uses to the food that she eats, the clothes that she wears. Olivia questions if that is the case, and are they ignoring her because she is an actress of low status? Diana tells Olivia that people are curious about her, and she is the best actress right now. She desires to say it again and tells Olivia that she is going to be the greatest actress on the continent, not just the empire. So she wants to ask her for a favor and not anyone else. Diana also tells her that there is no problem with the performance of the lotion and the terms of the contract will be very favorable. Olivia mentions that she is as sweet as she has heard. She finds Diana very cute. Diana thinks that her rumor is that she is not mean, but sweet. She knows that this beautiful sister says that she's cute. Olivia then accepts Diana's offer and kisses her on the head. Olivia then questions if from now on she can tell the people that the lotion she uses is made by the Cartier family. Diana refuses that and tells Olivia that she must keep the cosmetics she uses a secret. Olivia then mentions like she said she cannot promote it. Diana mentions that is what will have the best effect. Olivia seems to be pretty confused. In the streets of Kanzi, the imperial capital, Diana is questioned if she has picked out all her gifts. She responds not yet, and she bought one for Pen, one for Marcia, and one for Sally. She notices people conversing as a woman questions if she has heard that Olivia's face has become prettier these days, and it seems that she changed her cosmetics. The other woman asks what kind of cosmetics did she change to. Is it Madame Milano's lotion? Or an import from the Principality of Geranito? A woman mentions it is probably neither, as she has said so herself. They wonder about the brand, but it is known that she said it was a very valuable item made from some kind of herb, but they don't sell it to just anyone. They questioned if they cannot buy it then. Indiana ponders that if they wait a little longer, they will be able to buy it. She's aware that Olivia is doing a great job. She asked Olivia for 3 things. First is to use lotion made from Tilly's flowers. The second is to sneakily let people know that she has changed her makeup. The third is to give away a little bit of information about the lotion, but do not say where it is from. And just like that, everyone's attention peaked. All she has to do is reveal Tilly's flower lotion. The woman wonder if anyone knows more about that lotion. They think, would not it be difficult? She guesses that nobles also want to know, so they are sending people here and there. And yet no one knows about it, causing them to be even more curious. Diana wishes for everyone to please be more curious and please want to buy it a lot. She's aware that the richer she gets, the stronger Linus becomes, and she will help him with money. Then the destruction of the world will be far away, and in a world that is not destroyed, she will eat well and live well with her family. She notices someone, causing her to be startled. She turns around and rushes to the person. She grabs onto him and ponders that she called him by his first name because she was afraid he would get caught if she saved his majesty and wonders if that is okay. What she thinks if it is better than being found out as the emperor. She asks them what brings him to this place. He also asks her the same question, asking her what is she doing in the capital. But she does seem that she came to the capital for a while because she had some business to do. He turns around as she tells him he cannot just look away like that. She asks him why did he send Pen to her, and more importantly, why is no he even wearing a hood today? She mentions it is dangerous if anyone recognizes him. Right then she's called out by the person who asks her, why did she run off on her own like that? What if she gets lost? He tells her that since she is young, he could not take his eyes off her. He then looks at Linus thinking if this person could be causing Diana to fear that he might get caught. She thinks that indeed Seeds recognizes Linus after all. Even if he was not a knight of the Imperial Palace, he was once a king. Seeds asks Diana if it is one of her friends. She seems confused as he thinks that maybe he's not just one of her few friends, he is her only friend. Diana tells him to not look at her like that. She has friends. He asks her how can there be friend of hers that he does not know. As he has known her since she was a baby, so it is very sad. She questions what is she talking about. She tells him that he became the head butler 3 years ago. But he mentions that at heart, he has served her since she was a baby. Linus covers his face as it seems like he's laughing. She asks him how does that make sense. She turns to look at Linus, thinking what is that sound that she just heard, or if she heard it wrong. Seeds questions, is not that the friend that she made the last time she was in the capital? He is glad to see her have a friend. She tells him yes, it is her friend. Seeds asks her that by all means, now that she has made her friend, why does not she invite him over for tea? The dessert at the accommodation the young miss was staying at was good. She ponders that he is behaving like an overly solicitous mother right now, like a mom of a friendless child who saw the first friend she brought home. She knows that she has some questions about Pen, and a tea time with him is not a bad idea. She asked him what does he think. If he is available for a tea time, he places his attention on her hand holding him. She becomes startled and apologizes to him, telling him that she was not holding it on purpose. Then he tells her that she does not have to let go, causing her to do more shocked. She questions, what did he just say? Seeds ponders that there is no need to mention that she did not have to let go. He tells her nothing and asks her that they shall go. Seeds tells them that he will guide them as Diana is filled with confusions. She is still thinking about what did he just say. She thinks that he did not say anything important, did he? Seeds mentions that now that he thinks about it, Diana really likes the cookie there. It is so adorable how she eats them with crumbs on her mouth. Diana becomes embarrassed and asks him to stop. As they sit in the restaurant, she asks him to please try the tea, as the tea here is exceptional. She then wonders why is Pen still by her side, even though his true owner has appeared. He asks her what did she summon her for. She shows him Pen and tells him this guy. She asked him why on earth did he send him to her, as he is one of the mythical creatures that protects him. And she is sure that he is precious to him, so is he sure that he's okay with it? He asked her if she's not angry. She questions, why would she be? He questions, did not she think that he was using the mythical creature to keep an eye on her? This causes her to think that he is saying she should be angry at His Majesty because she might be mentioned through Pen. He tells her yes, she is correct. Well done. As he questions what does she mean, she states that he has every right to be suspicious of her, and it is wise to be cautious and not trust just anyone carelessly. Grand Duke Judah is not the only one who wishes Linus misfortune. He will encounter many enemies in the future. However, she tells him that he should not be suspicious of everyone. He questions why is that not the case. The original him was lonely, he was always in pain, he hated and disliked people. So they end up with an ending where the protagonist destroys the world. She tells him that if that happens, he will be lonely, and she wants him to genuinely appreciate people and this world. He questions why should he do that. She knows it is to prevent the destruction of the world, but there is a more crucial reason for that. She tells him it is because she does not want His Majesty to suffer loneliness. The original him tried not to treat his haters badly. He tried to forgive even those he disliked, and she wants to see a happy ending for him this time. She then feels like something is both unfamiliar and familiar right now. She wonders what is that right now before he calls out to her. He tells her that the look of her face is a little bit off, or if it is because she has been exposed to sunlight for a long time. She tells him that is not exactly true and she's fine. She wonders what was that about. Seeds appears and calls out to her. He tells her that he apologizes for interrupting their conversation, but he smells a rat nearby. She tells him that she understands and asks him to proceed. He questions if she has been hunting rats. She tells him that it is not a major issue, but she is just being cautious just in case. He questions what does she mean by being cautious? She states that the courtier family was suddenly flush with money. He mentions that there could be people who want to kidnap her and hold her for ransom or the equivalent. She's aware that it's possible, but it is also possible that Lucifer has made a move because his attempt to hide in her house failed and he has not given up yet. He also tells her that however that rat probably is not the one she was waiting for. The one pursued by his head butler was merely bait. A man disguised appears as he attacks them. He is aware that it looks like it is actually his guest. She becomes shocked and calls out to His Majesty. Right then, Pen stands up and stands in front of her. She calls out to Pen and asks him to protect him. Pen only stands there to protect her. She wonders if she can help him now, if she can jump in there and help him, but she's aware that it's not possible. She then yells, asking for help, stating that cute, fragile, adorable children are in danger. She is aware that if she screams, someone will come, so she can just hold on until the others come. If His Majesty holds out until then the attackers will flee. She is totally confused. As the attackers are gone, she looks at His Majesty. She rushes to him and checks him out, questioning if he's okay and if he is hurt. He tells her that he is not hurt. She's really glad that is the case. She apologizes for touching him as His Majesty, but she was worried about him that he might have been hurt. He tells her that it's not a lie. He mentions that she really does care about him. She knows that is correct. There are more people around him who poses a threat to him than those who care about him, and it has been that way since he was born. He tells her that, as expected, she is peculiar. He tells her that she does not have to be scared. They would have come to attack him without even informing the higher-ups, so she is not in danger. He mentions that if she's worried about this happening in the future, she can just pretend that she did not see him. Maybe she really is addressed to. What she tells him no. If she encounters him in the future, she will be sure to say hello and talk to him and invite him to eat something delicious and spend time together. Both of them are quiet. She also states that she is not afraid of His Majesty, nor of his mystical creatures, nor of anything around him. She expresses that what really scares her is having something she cherishes taken away from her. This causes him to be stunned. He calls out to her by her full name. He looks at the person on the ground and turns around to tell us to come back. She questions what does he mean. He is talking about Pen as she looks at him, wondering when did he shrink again. He states that he's running away from home. Pen said that he is leaving home to his master. This is an image display. She questions if it is really running away. His Majesty states that he ran away because he fought with him. He mentions that he enjoys being around her because he can eat all the magic stones and meat he wants. She seems pretty confused. His Majesty tells her that he is not there to spy on her for real. She wonders if he is asking her to believe that this looks like surveillance no matter how she looks at it. He mentions that today he will take his leave now, and from now on she can call him Lee. She's shocked as she questions what does he mean. He then leaves her to think about it, and she questions if Pen knows what does that mean. She wonders if he just really accepted her as a true friend. Pen responds, causing her to think maybe it is still too early to be friends, thinking what should she do. Her butler runs to her right then as he finds all of the mess created. He questions what happened. She wonders how does she fix this? He asks her, why is the room like this? Meanwhile, His Majesty checks him out and finds nothing valuable, knowing this is all that came out, something that is written, Lucifer. He knows that it is not written in the imperial language. It has been a while since he has seen any ancient language. He never thought the person who wrote these letters would still be alive. Thinking what does it mean? It is said that long ago he was called the Shining One. His Majesty thinks about Diana. Has she told him that he will then end up lonely, and she did not want him to be lonely. She wants him to genuinely appreciate people in this world a lot. He is told that Lucifer had one other meaning as well. He questions what is it? It is the beloved of all. He thinks that if he is loved by all, is there any connection between Lucifer and the purple jeweled eyes? And he is told that he is not sure about that because those with jeweled eyes are special people in the first place. Purple jeweled eyes symbolizes destiny to be loved by all. They know that first they need to find out about the person with the purple jeweled eyes, because it seems like another force has appeared targeting his head. While in the carriage, Diana finds the weather really bright and sunny. She thinks that the scenery is so beautiful. Because of the road the carriage is moving around, she realizes that the road is very bad. Pen does not have any motion sickness. She tells herself that they should look outside. When she gets motion sickness, she needs to focus on something far away like green trees or grass. She thinks that when Brother L becomes the Marcus, she will ask him to repair the roads first. She understands the condition of the road. Until now, not many people have come to the courtier's territory, so they probably did not even think about building a proper road, but now it is different. The courtier family owns a magic stones mine and will sell magic stones too. They will also create a business that will mainly sell high-value product. They are going to have a lot of people coming to their estate, so maintaining good route is crucial. She knows that when Brother L becomes Marquis, he will be busy for a while and she will have to tell him when the right time comes. The carriage moves again as she tells Seeds to drive the carriage more gently. She notices that Pend is looking outside the window and asks him what is going on, and if there is something out there, they realize that it seems that they have encountered a group of bandits. She questions what kind of bandits are these, as they are not in the middle of nowhere, so this is unusual. She has been to the capital a few times, but she has never seen anything like this. Seeds steps out with his sword and tells her to wait inside as he will take care of them. She tells Pen that it is okay, and he does not even have to step out, mentioning that Seeds may be a head butler who cannot make tea, but he was a skilled knight. Therefore, they should wait here for him to showcase his skills. She notices something else. She wonders if they are trying to break into a locked door. Could it be that the bandits were stronger than the butler? But she knows he is still a former knight, and he mentioned he could take on those small fries on his own. She looks for something that she can use as a weapon, something that could serve as a weapon. She finds the cookie container. She knows that it is perfect, and she will throw this to buy time and tell Pen to attack. She tells Pen that when she throws this cookie container, he should immediately turn into a big dog and transfer into a mythical creature and attack. She asks him if he can do that. They then step outside the carriage. A man notices them and calls her a cute little lady with a cute little dog. He goes to her and tells her to go out and be careful to not sleep on the steps there. She wonders if it is just her imagination, or do bandits really care about these things? She then finds the butler on the ground. She thinks if they are strong enough to take on him, then they are not ordinary bandits, and there's no point in just throwing it at anyone, so she needs a target. She sees that the number of bandits is roughly 10. It is more than she anticipated. She tells Pen that there seems to be more than she expected and questions if he's up for that. He seems to be up for this, she ponders. So the best person to throw the cookie container at would be the guy, as he is that tall and he will be easier to hit. About to throw it at him before it takes it away from her. She asks him to let go of her. She knows that this person cannot be seen properly because he's covered by the hood. She thinks that he looks familiar. She tells Pen to calm down. She tells him that he is not saying anything because he is afraid that if she hears his voice, she will recognize him right away. He does not respond as she thinks that he is going to keep on doing this. She mentions if he keeps doing this up, she's not going to talk to him for a week. Not only that she won't talk to him, she won't even look at him in the eye and greet him. And she's going to pretend she does not know for 2 weeks, not just one. Right then, he takes off his hood. It is Brother No. The gentle flowing golden hair, a uniquely glowing blue jeweled eyes, a mischievous mouth with only one corner of the mouth slightly raised. She knows, as expected at the moment, he is the most handsome man on the continent. She heard there was a truce, but he is back a lot sooner than she expected. She questions if he is officially back now. She tells him that he is not injured anywhere, right, because he is very strong. He looks at her continuously, as she wonders why it's not his saying anything. It cannot be that he's not hurt, is he? She tells him that he is so strong, so he should go to the mansion right away and take some medicine. He asks her who is she, causing her to be shocked out. She questions what is this. All of a sudden she tells him that she is Diana, and if he has forgotten her face, he asks her what is that and tells her she's lying. He mentions that his youngest would not act like this. And does not she get mad at him for putting his filthy hands on her like this? He does her that instead of pretending to be friendly. She tells him to leave if she is his youngest. She questions when did she ever say that? If it were her in the past, she would have definitely done that because every time Noah appeared, she said something rude she cannot forget because other people got used to her now. Of course, he will be surprised to see her for the first time in a year. She tells him that she's not the same Diana as she was before. He then asks her, so what kind of Diana is the current on? She tells him that she has grown up. Everyone is shocked as he asks her if she has actually grown up. She tells him that is right. She's a bit of a grown-up now, and she also eats broccoli. Seeds tells her that she secretly threw away the broccoli from last night's dinner. She asks him to stay put as that broccoli was in a bad condition. She tells him that now she eats broccoli occasionally, and she does not break her toys, and also she doesn't know what else to say. She knows that she only said 2 things, and she's already done. She is very different from before. She wonders if she has truly changed. She also tells her brother that she can sleep well by herself. And she tells him that this is her dog pen. Sometimes she sleeps with him, but she does not insist on leaving the light on because she's afraid to sleep alone like she used to. Her brother begins to laugh. They ask her about this so funny in questions. Did not he say that his younger sister looks like a young wild cat? That is right. They ask him how can he say she's a young wild cat? It is just a kitten with no fluff. She wonders if she said something funny. He asked her if she hit her head or something else. Why is she suddenly cuter than before? The butler mentions that she did not hit her head, but she did have an accident. He questions what does he mean by accident. Iki is told that when she discovered the magic stone's mine, she slipped and fell, knocking her unconscious for 2 days. He is shocked and yells at the butler that why did not he tell her this before. The butler mentions that Lord Gabriel said that if he knew about it, he might decide to de-enlist to come to see her. He knows that could be possible. She is aware that her brother might be extremely grumpy, but he actually likes her so much, to the point where he would choose death for her instead. She is aware that of course that won't happen this time. He asked her if she's sure she did not hit her head. She tells him no, she did not, as she told him earlier that she has grown up and became somewhat of an adult now. He thinks about it as she questions if he is suspicious and does not believe her. She tells him that she just realized something at that time as he asks her what is it. She tells him that now she has to protect her family. She finds it a trivial matter and thinks, why did the old her hate this touch? She finds it a very loving, affectionate touch that makes her happy. He tells her that at least she is a little tamer than she used to be. She mentions of course she is mentally more mature than him now. She then looks at all those people and questions about them. He tells her those fellows are the ones that he picked them on the battlefield and they're quite handy. All of them greets her. She looks at that person who's called Dennis. She knows he's the uncle who opened the carriage door like a bandit earlier and told her to get out. She tells him that he just played a bandit so well she thought he was really abandoned. He tells her that he used to be. She is told that he is a former bandit. That is why his acting is so realistic. He questions that he has really already made an impression on her. The other one states that he is a former assassin and the other one is a chef by nature and is skilled in handling poison. The next one was originally in the temple, but he was kicked out for stealing and selling holy water. One of them states that he has been suspected of being a scammer. But he's a doctor. He can heal any ailment except for serious injuries. Noah asks her what does she think they are all quite handy or not they. She wonders what kind of people have he brought into their house. He's not trying to turn their territory into a criminal organization, is he? Dennis tells her that is right. They are a bunch of useful individuals and he hopes she will look favorably upon them in the future. If she feels like quietly killing people, then she can just let him know. She becomes shocked. The other one tells her that unless it is a severe illness or major injury, he will cure it all. They are told to stop bragging and introduce themselves properly. All of them greets her and tells her to take care of them properly. She wonders if he is certain that these people are really okay. The once quiet mansion quickly became a hive of activity thanks to the people Brother Noah brought with him. They recently set up a separate accommodation for the Black Swan mercenary group in the territory, so the mansion did not become overcrowded. Did they find it noisy outside as they are told that Brother Noah is back? He questions if that is true as he heard that a ceasefire agreement was signed not too long ago. Diana mentions that normally he would have to go to the capital to report, but Brother said that he returned exceptionally quickly. Probably because of Brother L's succession to the Marquisate, she supposes it is because of Lord Gabriel's Marquis succession ceremony. She thinks so. He was thinking the same thing as her exactly despite her brother, who is a bit of foul-mouthed, hot-tempered, and inclined to solve problems with his fists rather than words. Not to mention having way too many girlfriends. Still, he respects Brother L and likes her. She notices that this tea, even though it is a children's tea, she brewed it herself. He asks her if she prepared the tea herself. She tells him yes, although the water was heated by Marcia. She notices that everyone is already busy preparing for the title succession ceremony and the party afterward. For the time being, she has decided to do what she can do on her own. She also tells him that she even got some of her favorite cookies especially requested. He thanks her for the offer but tells her that she can have all the cookies. She questions if that is true. He mentions yes, she can do that because he does not like cookies. She tells him that she cannot believe he does not eat something that is this delicious. She tells him that he's missing out on life a little bit. She takes a bite of the cookie and finds it really delicious. She then questions how is the mining going? By the way, he tells her it is going smoothly, and he hired a supervisor who was a trusted friend, so the system was quickly established. She questions if that supervisor was the one Jen brought in. She is told that he was a friend who was a supervisor in the iron mines in the now abandoned Karanas Mountains. She tells him so there is no problem with the first shipment of magic stones to be sent to the Western Magic Alliance in the near future. He responds to her that it is correct. The Black Swan mercenary group, hired by the young Ness, has already completed preliminary confirmation of the transport route. She is glad that they have received a year's worth of purchase prize from the Western Magic Alliance, so they need to make sure everything goes smoothly. She tells him to keep an eye on the details of the mine as she will be monitoring it as well. He tells her that he understands and mentions that she has placed her trust in him, so he will do his best to repay it. She is so glad that she hired him, thinking if he's not incredibly reliable. She asks him if anything else happened while she was away, aside from the mine. He tells her it is not their territory's business, but there has been something that is causing quite a stir in the capital. She questions about it as he mentions that he is not aware if she knows about it or not, but there is an actress named Olivia, who is the most popular actress in the capital these days. Recently, the actress has been looking better than ever, and she attributes it to a change in her lotion. The capital social scene is buzzing with people trying to figure out where the lotion is from and people wanting to buy it. She mentions that she sees the word has spread to their territory, so things are going very well. Ari mentioned that everything is going smoothly. By the time that the brother becomes a Marcus, she should officially open a business and sell lotion. She knows that if she sells it without setting up a business, it is tax evasion, so there is no law that says a 10-year-old cannot be a business owner. She sees a happy future where she only walks on the money road. He asks her if she happens to know where the lotion is from. She tells him yes, she is aware of that, as he questions if she can tell him where it is by any chance. She seems confused as she asks him if he's interested in the lotion as well, thinking, is not he usually only interested in books and herbs? He tells her, it is because it is a product with guaranteed profitability, so he may not be able to distribute it where his merchant's curiosity is piqued. And maybe the herbs that he handles may be used as raw materials for the lotion. She tells him probably not, as it is made from Tilly's flowers. He is taken aback as he asks her how on earth is she aware of that. He stands up suddenly from his chair and questions if that lotion is by any chance related to her. She asks him to hang on. She tells him that this is that lotion. As she shows it to him, she mentions that she received a bottle from Ari. He asks her who is that. She tells him that she's the magic alchemist that she hired, and she's the one who created this lotion. She handed over the entire lotion recipe to her, so they are currently discussing additional compensation. Since the lotion itself cannot be made in large quantities yet, she thinks this is the amount that can be sold at first. And then they are planning to establish the business properly so that their business first product is this lotion. He questions that where on earth did she learn this from us? To anyone who sees it, she looks like a merchant who has been involved in business all her life. She tells him that she did not learn it, she just thought about it. He questions if she thought hard on her own and came up with this plan. She tells him that she told him she wants to make all the residents in their territory smile brightly. So in order to do that, she realized she needed to set up a business that not only distributes magic stones, but also sells other products. Something that can be sold for a little more than basic, like wheat or cloth. Since there are no special products in their land, they need to process what they have and make it as valuable as possible. Now he understands completely. At first he thought it was Lord Gabriel's intention for the young miss to come to see him. She told him that she is here to appoint him as the Cartier's family representative for the distribution of the magic stones, so he should please Kupirate, and offered him employment. He knows what a foolish illusion that was. He calls out to her and tells her there seems to be just one problem with her plan.
Deanna Cartier was confident in her plan to establish her merchant guild, but her head maid, Lena, pointed out a single, significant problem. To formally establish a business, the imperial statutes required at least 10 people. This included a business representative with a certain amount of capital, an accountant to manage the books, and basic staff. With their current numbers, they did not meet this requirement. Diana considered this. She confirmed that she, as the business owner, met the capital requirement. She then proposed that she and her attendant Jen would handle the accounting and bookkeeping for the time being. She stressed the need for the financial records to be managed by someone they trusted completely, making the two of them the best option for now. To compensate Jen for the extra work, Diana offered a substantial raise in his salary. Jen immediately agreed, pledging to do his best. Diana noted to herself that money was a powerful motivator. With the accounting settled, the question of the remaining employees remained. Diana explained that she would register the Black Swan mercenary group, who were in charge of escorting the magic stones, as temporary employees. She had checked the statutes and confirmed that temporary employees were counted the same as permanent ones for establishment purposes. Lena was impressed by how thoroughly Diana had planned everything. The final step was choosing a name for the Merchant Guild. Diana declared it would be the Cartier Merchant Guild. When Lena questioned if that was wise, as guild names usually reflected wealth rather than family names, Diana was firm. She stated her intention to make the Cartier name synonymous with money itself. In the following days, Diana was incredibly busy. Her brother Gabriel's Marquis' succession ceremony was just one day away, and her schedule was packed. She went with Jen to find a building for the Merchant Guild, spent time with her brother Noah, and encouraged the Black Swan mercenary group before they transported the magic stones. She even found time to secretly taste the chef's special cookies with her attendant Pen. Despite the relentless work, she made time for one particularly important appointment. She gathered the household maids, asking if everyone was present. One maid, Betsy, nervously asked if they were summoned because someone had made a mistake. Diana assured her that was not the case. She had called them because she needed to speak with them. Betsy was shocked that the young miss knew her name, and Diana reflected that her past self never used the maids' proper names. Diana then bowed her head and formally apologized to all the maids for her past mean and immature behavior. The maids were stunned that a noble would bow to commoners, a gesture that was both surprising and moving. Diana did not mind. She was genuinely grateful to them for protecting her home for as long as they could. One maid, Marcia, told Diana that while apologizing was the right thing to do, she did not have to do it for the likes of them. Diana questioned what that phrase meant, stating that Marcia, Betsy, Charlotte, Cecilia, and Anna were all precious to her. She apologized once more and promised not to trouble them anymore. She then presented them with gifts as a token of her gratitude for the past and a request for their care in the future. She had prepared lace parasols for each of them, apologizing for her pronunciation as she explained. The maids were delighted by the beautiful and sturdy gifts, touched that she had chosen something specifically for them. Diana promised that next time, with more pocket money, she would buy them even better gifts. The maids insisted the parasols were more than enough, expressing their joy at receiving such a thoughtful present, something many had never experienced from their own families. Seeing their happiness was slightly embarrassing for Diana, but she was glad they liked her tokens of appreciation. She then asked them to continue taking care of her tomorrow. The maids immediately understood, assuring her they were well underway with preparations for her birthday party the next day. Diana was taken aback. She had been so busy, she had completely forgotten that her birthday was the next day, the 5th of the 3rd spring. The maids were surprised, noting that in the past, she would always have a long list of demands for her birthday. One maid accidentally let slip that Lord Gabriel had secretly prepared a surprise gift for her. Though the maids tried to backtrack, Diana confirmed she had heard everything. She pleaded with them to let her pretend she was still surprised, and they agreed, charmed by her earnestness. Alone, Diana's relief turned to sudden dread as she remembered what happened in the original story on her birthday. She had yelled and screamed at Gabriel because she did not like his present. She resolved not to repeat that mistake. She would be cautious and ensure her 11th birthday was a peaceful one, where she would act appropriately surprised by her brother's gift. The day arrived for Gabriel Cartier to officially become the Marquis of Cartier. In a formal ceremony, he pledged his unwavering loyalty to the imperial family and was officially recognized as the new Marquis. Diana observed the proceedings, thinking that for such a grand event, the ceremony itself was surprisingly quiet and modest. Soon after, her maids found her and urgently whisked her away. They explained that they needed to get her ready for the party, which confused Diana as it was still early. They led her to her room to change into a new, beautifully tailored yellow dress. Diana was surprised, as she had never owned a custom, tailored dress before. The maids explained that when the Marquis commissioned his own outfit for the ceremony, he had also commissioned this dress for her. They revealed that while Gabriel had quickly chosen his own fabric, he had spent 2 full hours carefully selecting the perfect fabric for her dress. The maids fussed over her, comparing her cuteness to a little yellow chick or a kitten. Diana was deeply touched that her brother had gone to such trouble for her. After the maids left to help with the party setup, Diana was joined by her brother Noah. She expressed her feeling that Gabriel's succession ceremony had been too quiet for such an important day. She believed they should be celebrating his new title more than her birthday. Noah dismissed the idea, asking if she would have preferred a long, boring ceremony full of insincere nobles and tedious rituals. He stated that a small birthday party was far more fun and exciting. Diana realized he was right and noted that his rough exterior hid a kind heart. She then asked if Noah had rushed back to the estate for her birthday, rather than for the succession ceremony. He gruffly denied it, but his flustered reaction suggested otherwise. He then gave her a gift, a blue ribbon, telling her she could throw it away if she didn't like it, as she had done with gifts in the past. Diana was genuinely delighted, seeing it as a symbol of their family bond, and thanked him warmly. At the party, Diana noted the large crowd, a stark contrast to the previous year. She watched as nobles swarmed Gabriel with flattery now that he was the Marquis. Others approached Noah, who was his usual blunt self, even going so far as to grab one overly persistent guest by the collar. Diana mused how their newfound wealth from the magic stones mine had changed the way people treated them, a fact highlighted by the mountain of extravagant gifts piled near her. One guest, Sophia Aba, approached Diana to wish her a happy birthday. She offered a gift of clothes she had been eyeing for herself the previous year, making a condescending remark about the Cartier family not being truly rich yet. Diana struggled to keep her composure, remembering that the original Diana had slapped this girl. She resolved to be peaceful. But when Sophia insulted the blue ribbon from Noah, calling it tacky and childish, Diana finally snapped. She confronted Sophia, coldly calculating the immense value of a single high-grade magic stone from their mine, and stating that her family could easily buy the Aba territory with just a few of them. She explained that with their wealth, they could also easily gain the imperial family's favor to approve such a purchase, regardless of the truth. Diana then declared that Sophia was no longer welcome at her parties and ordered a servant to see her out, loudly humiliating her by claiming she was embarrassed for giving old clothes as a present. As Sophia was escorted away, Gabriel approached Diana. Without a word, he effortlessly picked her up. She protested, embarrassed to be held in front of all the guests, but he carried her away from the crowd, concluding the eventful day. The morning after the party, Marquis Aba confronted his daughter, Sophia. He expressed deep disappointment, blaming her entirely for the disastrous gift and the humiliation it brought upon their family. Observing the scene from a distance, Diana Cartier was disgusted by the man's blatant attempt to shift all responsibility onto his child, recognizing his actions as those of a coward. Marquis Aba then approached Diana and her brothers, offering a hollow apology. He claimed Sophia had simply been too comfortable with Diana and made a mistake, asking for forgiveness. Noah Cartier immediately interjected, his tone sharp and sarcastic. He questioned when the Cartiers had ever been on comfortable terms with the Aba family and pointed out that the Marquis had not actually apologized, but had only blamed his daughter. As Noah continued to press him, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Gabriel Cartier arrived, his presence alone causing the Marquis to flinch and stammer out a proper, fearful apology. Almost immediately after, Marquis Aba invented a flimsy excuse about having other business and hastily retreated from the estate. Diana mused that he would likely never bother their family again. Noah, however, was not satisfied, quietly vowing to break the man's leg later, a sentiment Gabriel silently shared. The mood then shifted as the two brothers turned their attention to Diana. Gabriel noted that at 11 years old, she was still a child, while Noah had just returned from a long mission and was tired. They began to subtly argue over who would look after her, with both offering to carry her or introduce her to guests. Their bickering escalated into a childish squabble about who would get to hug her, much to Diana's profound embarrassment. Unable to bear it, she declared she would walk alone and stormed off. Seeing their sister's frustration, the brothers quickly caught up to her. In a compromise, Gabriel suggested they all hold hands and walk together through the party as a trio. Diana agreed, and she also asked to bring her small dog Pen. The sight of the three siblings walking hand in hand, with Diana holding her dog, presented a united and heartwarming front to the other nobles, who remarked on their strong bond. Amid the celebrations, Diana overheard a crucial piece of news. Grand Duke Judah, had begun the process of selecting a candidate for the position of Empress. This development shocked her, as it was happening 2 years earlier than it had in the original story. She wondered if this was a good or a bad omen for the future she was trying to change. Despite this concern, her 11th birthday celebration continued peacefully throughout the night, a stark contrast to the disastrous events of the original timeline. Several days later, Diana was preparing to go out with her attendant Jen to evaluate potential buildings for her merchant guild. Her brother Noah insisted on joining them, complaining of boredom. Diana was relieved when he suddenly received a letter and had to leave on other business, which she assumed was related to one of his girlfriends. Arriving early at the meeting point, Diana noticed a fruit shop. Thinking it would be a nice gesture, she decided to buy some fruit for everyone at the estate. The shop owner was overly enthusiastic about having a noble customer in his shabby shop. Diana selected a large order of apples and figs, and the owner quickly took her silver coins and began packing. As she waited, Diana examined the change she had received. The silver coins felt unusually heavy, more like iron. She realized with alarm that they were likely counterfeit, made of a base metal mixed with a silver coating. She suspected the shop owner might be involved in passing the fake currency, or at the very least, knew where it came from. When Jen arrived, Diana immediately informed him that their plans for the day were postponed. She stated that she needed to ask the shop owner some very important questions about the coins in her hand, her expression turning serious as she prepared to investigate this new threat. Diana Cartier's investigation into the counterfeit coins began with the fruit vendor. After questioning him, she concluded he was not the culprit but a victim. The vendor revealed that a man had bought fruit from him for several days, paying with a mixture of real and counterfeit silver coins. Diana noted the cleverness of mixing the fake currency with real pennies to avoid detection. The vendor, being new to business and the younger brother of a miner from the Magic Stones mine, would not have noticed the slight weight difference. Fortunately, the vendor remembered the delivery address for the suspicious customer. However, when Diana and Jen went to investigate, they found the location was an empty, shabby building. Diana recognized it as one of the candidate buildings she had considered for her own merchant guild. Realizing the need for a new approach, Diana decided to focus on when the counterfeit money started circulating rather than who initially distributed it. She reasoned that identifying the time frame would make it easier to pinpoint suspicious individuals who had entered the territory during that period. To track the coins, she enlisted the help of her dog Pen, relying on his keen sense of smell to identify the distinct scent of the iron-mixed silver. For days, Diana and Pen visited numerous stores, but found no other instances of the counterfeit coins. This led her to a hopeful conclusion: the fruit vendor might have been the only victim, meaning the counterfeit operation was still small and contained. As evening approached, she decided to head home, not wanting to worry her brothers. On her way back, Pen suddenly became alert in front of a specific building. It was not a store, but a merchant guild building named Zenus, which dealt in iron, silver, and gold utensils. Pen's reaction suggested the silver inside smelled suspicious, mixed with another metal. Diana connected the dots. This guild, which handled the very materials used to make the counterfeit coins, was the perfect front for such an operation. Her suspicion grew as she observed the building was inactive, with closed windows and no signs of legitimate business. She recalled the concept of ghost merchant guilds, used by nobles to evade taxes and conceal illicit funds. She remembered that Grand Duke Judah had operated several, which were later shut down by Linus. The possibility that this ghost guild was connected to Lucifer, and that his spies were already hidden within their territory, sent a chill down her spine. Convinced of the guild's involvement, Diana resolved to return home immediately and investigate further. Meanwhile, in Marquis Gabriel Cartier's office, he was buried under a mountain of paperwork, from budget audits to invitations from nobles who had once ignored their family. His thoughts drifted to Diana, and he felt a pang of guilt. He remembered how, in the past, he had deliberately not bought her things for fear of spoiling her worse. Now, he vowed that the next time she asked him for anything, whether a dress or a toy, he would give it to her without hesitation. At that very moment, Diana burst into his office. When he asked if she had come to join him for tea, she declined. She had something important to request. Taking a deep breath, she asked her brother to buy her new tableware. The request was a cover, She needed a legitimate reason to acquire samples of the guild's wares to confirm her suspicions about the counterfeit operation. Diana, accompanied by her brother No and the Night Rake, prepared to investigate the Zenus Merchant Guild. Before they left, her eldest brother, Gabriel, expressed his concern. He was not worried about the mission itself, but about Noah's tendency to become like a possessed, violence-craving mad dog in a fight. He explicitly stated that he trusted the Night Rake to keep Diana safe more than he trusted Noah. Noah was offended by this lack of faith, but Diana reassured Gabriel that she would make sure Noah stayed out of trouble. She then outlined her plan. Gabriel would create a distraction by confronting a chatty businessman associated with the guild, accusing him of dealing in stolen goods to keep him occupied. Meanwhile, Diana, Noah Rake, and her dog Pen would sneak into the guild's building to investigate. The group found the building nearly empty, as Diana had anticipated that most of the registered workers would have been among the large group sent to their estate earlier. No quickly and skillfully picked the lock on the back door, using a paperclip, a skill he admitted to having used recently to steal alcohol. They entered into a dusty storage room. As they moved towards another door, both Pen and Rake suddenly became alert, sensing people on the other side. Rake confirmed there were 2 individuals nearby. Noah immediately suggested they draw the guards into the storage room and subdue them quickly, instructing Diana and Pen to stay safely behind. The moment Noah opened the door, the 2 guards rushed in, arrogantly threatening the intruders. Their demeanor shifted when they spotted Diana, making crude remarks about capturing and selling the little girl. Before they could act on their threats, Noah moved with blinding speed. In an instant, he incapacitated both men with a powerful, precise strike, leaving them collapsed on the floor before they even realized what had happened. The threat was neutralized in a heartbeat, demonstrating the fearsome skill that had made Gabriel so concerned. The confrontation in the storage room was over in a heartbeat. Noah Cardier's movements were a blur of controlled violence, his raw power effortlessly overwhelming the 2 guards who had dared to threaten his sister. Before the men could even process their own arrogance, they were disarmed and crumpled on the floor, groaning in pain. The sheer speed of the counterattack left Diana and the Night Rake momentarily breathless. Reiki, his voice filled with awe, immediately began to elaborate on Noah's legendary status. He explained to Diana that her brother was a contender for the title of finest swordsman in the entire empire, a warrior whose skill on the battlefield had saved countless lives, and whose name was spoken in the same breath as legendary war heroes and the Grand Duke's own instructor. But Noah's fury was a cold, sharp thing, and it had not yet abated. The guard's earlier remarks about capturing and selling Diana had ignited a deep, protective rage within him. He advanced on the helpless men, his boot connecting with a sickening thud as he silenced their cries. He snarled that they had dirtied his sister's ears with their words and deserved every ounce of his wrath. Rake watched with growing concern, muttering that while Sir Noah was a master of every form of combat, his specialty was not in leaving opponents alive. Seeing the murderous intent in her brother's eyes, Diana knew she had to act. They needed these men conscious and capable of speech, if they were to uncover the secrets of the counterfeit operation. She called out firmly, stopping Noah mid-assault. He immediately turned to her, his expression shifting from fury to concern, as he told her to stay back from the dangerous scene. When she insisted on interrogating the men herself, he initially protested, offering to extract the information himself in just 10 minutes, promising he could make them reveal even the most humiliating and trivial details of their lives. Diana stood her ground, refusing his violent methods. She looked at him with unwavering trust and reminded him of his childhood vow to always be her knight and protect her. Her calm faith acted as a balm, cutting through his rage. He reluctantly relented, his posture softening as he agreed to let her handle the interrogation her way. Diana then approached the 2 bruised and terrified men. They weakly sputtered protests, claiming to be innocent employees and labeling their attackers as the true villains. Diana's gaze was cool and analytical as she dismantled their argument with simple, chilling logic. She stated that no innocent employee would ever casually discuss the kidnapping and sale of a little girl. From a small pouch, she produced a delicate vial containing a pale liquid. She explained it was a special concoction from Ari, a magic alchemist in her employ, a medicine designed to make one profoundly sad. When one of the men defiantly refused to open his mouth, Diana was undeterred. With a resolve that belied her age, she forced the liquid past his lips. As the man choked and sputtered, she counted down the 3 seconds Ari had promised it would take. True to the alchemist's word, a wave of utter despair instantly washed over the guard. His face crumpled, not in physical pain, but in overwhelming, soul-crushing sorrow, leaving him a weeping, broken mess on the floor, perfectly subdued and ready to talk, with the guard now under the devastating influence of the sadness medicine. Diana Cartier began her interrogation in earnest. She explained to her brother, Noah, the potion's cruel mechanism. It forced the victim to feel a profound, all-encompassing sorrow about everything in the world, and that emotional agony then translated into genuine, physical pain. She recalled that in the original novel, this very concoction had been used as a highly effective method of torture. To demonstrate its power, Diana leaned in close to the weeping man, her wide, innocent eyes locking with his. She informed him that when she made this particular expression, her eyes became super scary. The combination of her chillingly cute glare and the relentless despair of the potion broke the man completely. He wailed that the entire situation made him unbearably sad and begged for the torment to stop. Seizing the opportunity, Diana demanded he tell them all of the Zenus Merchant Guild secrets. The man, his will to lie utterly shattered by the magical despair, immediately confessed that they were indeed producing counterfeit money on the premises. However, he was merely a low-level thug. Only the boss knew the specific details, such as when the operation began and where the fake currency was distributed. Diana, a shrewd strategist, pressed further. She deduced that for such a complex operation, the boss would need a detailed ledger to track the circulation of the counterfeit coins. Finding that ledger would be the key to dismantling the entire organization and presenting undeniable proof to the Imperial Palace. Her eyes lit up with a gleam that was equal parts cunning and excitement, as she declared that turning in the guild would undoubtedly result in a substantial bounty reward, and all that money would be theirs. Her tone then shifted from calculating to commanding. She ordered the heartbroken guard to stop wrething and lead them to where the boss hid his secrets. For a moment, she wondered if her forceful demeanor had been too harsh, causing everyone to look at her with a mix of awe and fear. She justified it to herself as the most efficient way to get results. Her performance had a profound effect on the knight, Reiki. He turned to Noah with newfound understanding, stammering that the little lady was exactly as Sir Noah had described. He noted that when she threatened people with her terrifyingly adorable eyes, one could truly see how utterly cruel she could be. Another knight chimed in, agreeing that she was far more formidable than a simple alley cat. Noah's response was not one of concern or disapproval, but of immense pride. A proud smile spread across his face as he looked at his sister, stating with brotherly admiration that she was, indeed, his little sister. The scene confirmed that Diana's most potent weapon was not magic potions, but her own formidable and unpredictable intellect, a trait her brother celebrated wholeheartedly. With the heartbroken guard leading the way under duress, the group moved through the Zenus Merchant Guild's building. Noah kept a firm, threatening grip on the man, warning him not to lead them astray and joking that they did not want to incur the wrath of their terrifying youngest member. Diana noted internally that her brother was definitely making fun of her, but she allowed it, understanding the effectiveness of their dynamic. They were led to a surprisingly normal-looking office on the second floor. Diana observed that it was more mundane than she had expected for a criminal hideout. However, her knowledge of such places told her that rooms like this always had secrets. She immediately went to a large, ornate painting on the wall and, with some effort, lifted it away to reveal a massive, heavy safe hidden behind it. Noah, impressed, asked one of his knights, a man named Dennis, if he could open it. Dennis, a former thief with 20 years of experience, grinned confidently and assured them he could have it open in a jiffy. Diana mused that having someone with such specific, unconventional skills made them incredibly reliable in situations like these. True to his word, Dennis quickly worked the lock, and the heavy safe door swung open to reveal its contents. Inside, they found not the financial ledgers they were searching for, but a trove of other illicit goods. There were items that appeared to be stolen, complete with forged warranties that Dennis's expert eyes immediately identified as fakes. Another knight presented documents showing the guild had been charging illegally high interest rates on their commission work. Noah concluded that the bastards were involved in a whole host of criminal activities within their territory. Diana agreed, stating that an organization willing to commit the first-degree felony of counterfeiting currency would naturally be involved in other bad things. The Zenus Company was not just a business, it was a full-fledged criminal organization operating under a legitimate disguise. Diana, however, was focused. She pointed out that the crucial ledgers detailing the counterfeiting operation were not in the safe. She deduced that the boss probably kept them on his person. If that were the case, then her eldest brother Gabriel would find them during his interrogation. The only problem would be if they were hidden in a completely different location. Just as she was planning their next move, Diana's sharp mind pivoted. She turned back to the sobbing guard and asked a critical question that everyone else had overlooked. She demanded to know where the workshop was. The guard stammered, pretending not to understand. Diana's expression was one of pure analytical logic, as she explained that it was obvious they had to have a dedicated workshop to physically produce the counterfeit coins. Her simple, undeniable deduction cut through the man's feigned ignorance, exposing another layer of the guild's hidden operations. Diana Cartier's logic was irrefutable. She explained to the weeping guard that housing the counterfeiting workshop in a separate location would require transporting materials and finished coins, creating an unnecessary and suspicious trail. Since the thugs rarely left this building, the workshop had to be inside. She and the others had searched the upper floors and found no suitable space, which left only one logical conclusion: a basement. The moment she declared that the place must have a basement, the guard's reaction was telling. Despite his chemically induced despair, a flicker of raw fear crossed his face. It was clear he was more afraid of revealing the basement's location than he was of the sadness potion. Seeing his hesitation, Diana decided they would find it themselves. She declared that with her divine creature, her dog Pen, whom she almost called a fluffy puppy, and his excellent sense of smell on her side, they could locate it even without his help. She immediately turned and hurried back the way they came, with Noah calling after her not to run and to wait for him. He ordered the knights Rake and Dennis to stay and guard the captured thugs before rushing after his sister. Diana led them back to the initial storage room, where the confrontation had begun. She noticed Pen was acting strangely, sniffing intently at a particular spot on the ground. She asked the dog if there was something there, and his low growl confirmed it. With Noah's help, they pushed a heavy crate aside, revealing a cleverly concealed trapdoor in the floor, the entrance to the basement. Just as they discovered it, a distinct, mechanical sound echoed from below. A sharp, grinding noise like a heavy lock turning or a secret door sliding open. Diana's eyes widened in recognition. The sound was identical to the one she had heard before. She looked at Noah, who confirmed he had heard it too. The sound was unmistakably that of a hidden mechanism being activated. The realization struck them simultaneously. Someone was still down there, and they were now aware of the intruders, likely attempting to escape or destroy evidence. The quiet investigation instantly transformed into an urgent race against time. The discovery of the hidden basement entrance sent a jolt of urgency through the group. Diana, driven by a need to uncover the truth, immediately moved to descend the dark staircase. Her brother Noah was quick to react, his voice laced with sharp concern. He called out for her to wait, warning her to be careful and not to run, fearing she might trip and fall in the uncertain darkness below. Diana, however, navigated the descent with agile confidence, announcing cheerfully once she reached the bottom that she had climbed down without falling. Noah could only sigh in a mixture of relief and exasperation, acknowledging that at least she had answered him. At the bottom, they were confronted by a sturdy, locked door. Diana, without a moment's hesitation, pointed at it and commanded her dog, Fen, to destroy it, praising him as a good boy. This prompted another, more firm reprimand from Noah. He stepped forward, his tone serious as he told her she could not just charge ahead and take the lead in such a potentially dangerous place. He stressed that they had no idea what threats lay behind the door. Diana listened, her initial impulsiveness receding as she processed his words. She acknowledged the truth in his warning, agreeing that she should never enter a dangerous place by herself. However, she defended her actions, explaining that she was not acting without a plan. She revealed her reasoning: she possessed a divine creature, Fen, whose power most humans could not withstand, and she trusted the loyal animal to protect her if she were in genuine danger. Internally, she realized that Noah was unaware of Fen's true nature and had simply been acting out of pure, brotherly worry. This understanding softened her demeanor. She looked up at Noah and offered a sincere apology for making him worry. She promised that from now on, she would make sure to stay behind him so he would not have to be anxious for her safety. Noah's stern expression melted away. He reassured her that she did not need to feel so bad about it and gave her a playful pat, telling her she was allowed to mess around a little. He then made his own vow, stating that he would always have her back. The moment of reconciliation was deepened by Diana's next words. She agreed with his sentiment, but added a condition of her own. She told him that she, too, would try not to do too many dangerous things herself. When he looked at her, surprised, and about to comment on how mature she had become, she finished her thought softly. The reason for her caution, she explained, was because she worried about him too. Her concern was not just for her own safety, but for his, revealing a deep, mutual bond of care and protection between the siblings. As Fen, the small dog, effortlessly shattered the solid lock on the basement door with a single swipe of his powerful paw, Noah Cartier could only stare in stunned disbelief. He muttered to himself, questioning whether the creature was truly a dog at all, noting that its large front paws were far from normal. A startling realization dawned on him: the animal might be a divine creature, legendary beings known to obey only those of imperial blood. He glanced sharply at his sister, wondering if she was aware of this incredible possibility. However, there was no time to dwell on the mystery. Noah quickly shifted back into his role as the protector. He reassured Diana that obstacles like locked doors were easily dealt with if you simply slashed them to pieces. With a single, fluid motion, he drew his sword and cleaved the now unlocked door in half, the steel yielding to his blade as if it were paper. Diana watched, her awe momentarily overriding the urgency of their situation. She knew he was a powerful swordsman, but seeing him cut down a solid steel door with such ease was still a breathtaking sight. She quickly shook herself out of her stupor, mentally chiding herself that now was not the time for admiration. Pushing the destroyed door aside, they rushed into the hidden workshop. The scene that greeted them was chilling. Huddled together in a corner were several figures, their hands bound and mouths gagged. Diana's sharp eyes quickly counted 6 people. They were not criminals, but prisoners. Noah, his instinct still primed for a fight, immediately assumed they were more enemies and stepped forward aggressively. Diana cried out, quickly stopping him. She explained that these were not threats, but captives. She moved past her brother, her demeanor shifting from that of an investigator to a rescuer. She approached the terrified group with a calming presence, assuring them they did not need to be scared, and that they were there to help. She promised to untie their gags and free their hands, asking for just a moment of their patience. The counterfeiting operation had just revealed a much darker secret. The Zenus Merchant Guild was not only producing fake coins, but was also involved in kidnapping and unlawful imprisonment. Diana Cartier moved swiftly to the huddled group of prisoners, her voice gentle as she asked if they were all right. One of the captives, their voice trembling with a mixture of fear and desperate hope, asked if she and Noah had truly come to help them. Diana assured them they had and began working to free their bonds, calling for her brother's assistance. As Noah stepped forward, his tall, imposing figure and intense presence caused the prisoners to flinch back instinctively. Diana quickly intervened, offering a character reference for her brother. She told everyone not to worry, explaining that while he might be tall and look a bit scary, he was actually a good person. She reiterated her promise that despite his looks, he was a good guy. Noah shot her a look, feeling that her reassurances were a low-key insult, but he chose to focus on the task at hand, helping to cut the prisoners free. Once the group was unbound, Diana's attention was drawn to one small girl who was crying inconsolably. She knelt beside the child, her expression filled with genuine concern as she asked if the girl was seriously sick or hurt. One of the other former captives explained the heartbreaking situation. He revealed that the little girl cried for her parents every single day, but it was a futile hope. She had been sold to the guild by her own family. The man's tone was resigned, underscoring the profound tragedy of the situation. Hearing this, Diana's resolve to comfort the child only strengthened. She gently told the girl that she would feel better after eating something delicious and getting a good night's sleep. She then carefully picked the child up, instructing her to hold on and not move so she wouldn't fall. With the little girl secure in her arms, Diana began to lead the group out of the basement. As they prepared to ascend, she noticed one last boy remaining. She offered to carry him as well, but he quietly refused, stating he could go by himself. Impressed by his quiet resilience, Diana praised him, telling him he was amazing. It was then that she realized she did not know his name. She turned to him and introduced herself, asking for his name in return. The boy, with his strikingly bright gray eyes, met her gaze and gave his name Jeremy. The name resonated with Diana instantly. She felt a powerful sense of recognition, as if she had heard that name before, and quite often. As she looked at him, taking in his tired eyes, and the clear evidence of suffering he had endured at the hands of the bad guys, a chilling realization began to dawn. This was no ordinary child. The name Jeremy, combined with his gray eyes and his presence in this criminal lair, signified something far more significant and potentially dangerous than she had initially suspected. Later that night, Diana Cartier entered her brother Gabriel's office, surprised to find him still awake and working. She had expected him to scold her for being up so late. Gabriel, looking weary, explained that he had been making their brother Noah work until just moments ago. He expressed his frustration, noting that Noah was not particularly good at reviewing financial ledgers, but he had been forced to assign him the task due to a lack of available help. Seeing an opportunity to be useful, Diana immediately volunteered her own services. She suggested that Gabriel should have called for her instead, confidently stating that she would be much better at the job than Noah. From another part of the room, Noah's indignant voice rang out, having overheard her comment. He demanded to know what she had just said. Unfazed, Diana repeated her assertion, clarifying that she believed she was probably better at reviewing ledgers than he was. This only provoked Noah further, who challenged her to say it again, teasingly calling her a pipsqueak. To prove her point, Diana glanced at the ledger on Gabriel's desk and immediately provided the correct answer to a complex calculation 888. She declared the number with certainty. Noah, scrambling to save face, claimed he was just about to say the same thing, accusing her of stealing his thunder. Diana simply smiled, knowing the truth. Gabriel watched the exchange with a tired sigh. He internally confirmed that Noah was indeed terrible with numbers and calculations, though he was exceptionally skilled in combat. He mused that everyone had their different strengths. However, he gently dismissed Diana's offer. While he acknowledged her talent with numbers, he firmly stated that this particular job was a task for adults. He expressed a concern that Noah, if captured by an enemy, might break under pressure and reveal sensitive information, implying that the responsibilities of managing the estate's finances carried a weight he was not yet ready to place on his younger sister's shoulders. Diana understood her brother's protective instincts. She realized they were trying to shield her from the grim contents of the criminal ledgers, which undoubtedly contained evidence of heinous acts like human trafficking and other filthy crimes. While she appreciated their concern, it did not feel right to let them shoulder the entire exhausting burden alone. Resolving to help in some small way, she decided to at least offer Gabriel a shoulder massage while he worked. As she approached, Gabriel noticed her and gently questioned why she was still awake at such a late hour, reminding her she should be asleep. Noah chimed in with brotherly concern, stating that if she did not sleep, she would not grow. He then launched into a familiar litany of parental advice, telling her she needed to eat a variety of foods without being picky, play well, and that while reading was good, she should not do it too often or in the dark. Diana listened patiently, but internally she grew anxious. At this rate, she would be sent back to bed before she could even broach the subject she came to discuss. She needed to stop his nagging and redirect the conversation immediately. Seizing a brief pause, she quickly changed the subject. She addressed Gabriel directly, informing him that they had brought back the children they rescued from the basement. She reported that the family doctor had examined them and confirmed they were not seriously sick or hurt, though they did have various burn scars and other old injuries. Gabriel's expression turned grim. He stated that such injuries were expected, as the criminals had likely forced the children to labor in the dangerous counterfeiting workshop, exposing them to hot metals and chemicals. He then updated her on the children's current state, explaining that they had been bathed, fed well, and put to bed. He also revealed that they had already begun searching for the children's parents, just in case. Diana, sensing the likely outcome, asked if they had found anything. Gabriel confirmed her suspicions. The people they had caught were not amateurs and would not have left easy traces. He estimated that locating the parents, or even determining if they were still alive, could take days or even weeks. Noah then interjected with the most painful and complex problem. He questioned whether the parents would even welcome their children back into their homes. For a child who had been lost, of course they would. But for most of these children, who came from deeply impoverished families, the harsh reality was that they might have been sold. He cautioned Diana that they could not afford to be too optimistic about happy reunions, forcing her to confront the bleak and complicated reality of the situation they had uncovered. As her brothers discussed the grim reality of the rescued children's futures, Diana's mind was racing. Focused on one child in particular, the boy named Jeremy, she recalled that in the original novel, Jeremy was Linus's brilliant right-hand man, the strategic brain of the group. He was originally from another country and had been sold off as a child. Because of this traumatic past, the Jeremy from the novel harbored a deep, abiding hatred for criminal organizations. The pieces were falling into place, and the implications were staggering. Her intense reverie was broken when Gabriel asked if she was all right. She quickly snapped back to the present, assuring him she was fine and feeling a pang of guilt for making them worry with her distracted silence. Eager to steer the conversation back to practical matters, she asked what they had decided to do with the Xena's company and its members. Gabriel revealed his plan to personally escort the criminals to the capital and hand them over to the Imperial Palace himself. Diana agreed this was the correct course of action, as counterfeiting was a first-degree crime that fell under the Imperial Palace's jurisdiction. She noted internally that this meant Gabriel would be busy and away from home for a while yet again. She then posed a critical question: did they discover why the organization had chosen their territory for their base? Gabriel's answer was almost absurd. He explained that the Xena's company was formed 5 years ago, and its leader had chosen the building because a fortune teller he unconditionally trusted told him that the land was good, and that good things would happen if he used it as his hideout. Noah erupted in frustration, declaring that all fortune tellers were swindlers. Diana, however, was immensely relieved. The timeline and the simplistic reason meant the chance that the mastermind Lucifer was directly involved was very low. The fortune teller, she mused, certainly had not predicted this particular future. But her relief was short-lived. A new and pressing issue demanded her attention. With the criminals being dealt with, the fate of the 7 rescued children remained unresolved. When Noah mentioned that the children were the only thing left to handle, Diana immediately seized the opportunity. She volunteered to be in charge of them. She expressed her desire to take care of them until they regained their health and then, most importantly, to ask them what they would like to do with their own futures. Her plan was not to dictate their lives, but to offer them care and agency. However, her internal thoughts highlighted a crucial exception. Among the 7 children was Jeremy, the future genius strategist. His presence alone meant that the situation, while not directly orchestrated by Lucifer, was still fraught with immense significance and potential danger. As Diana contemplated the 7 rescued children, a profound realization settled over her. Internally, she acknowledged that most of them were never mentioned in the original novel. They were not pivotal characters in the grand narrative she remembered. But that knowledge was now irrelevant. In front of her, they were not plot devices, but real people. They were beings who could laugh, cry, be surprised, and feel a full spectrum of emotions. The world she was so desperate to save from destruction was not just a story, it was a living, breathing reality filled with individuals like them, whose lives had value beyond any predetermined plot. The world she wanted to protect was one where she could live alongside these people. For a brief moment, she thought she heard an unfamiliar voice, causing her to start and look around. When her brothers asked if she had seen a bug, she dismissed it, deciding she must have been imagining things. Shaking off the strange feeling, she returned her focus to the matter at hand. She explained her vision to her brothers. With the family's coffers now full from the magic stones mine, they had more than enough resources. She wanted to use that wealth to help the children. Her plan was to support them in pursuing what they wanted, whether it was studying or training in a trade. For those who desired it, she also wanted to help find them new, loving families. Her heartfelt explanation had a visible effect on her brothers. Gabriel's stern expression softened, and he told her it was a good idea. Noah, uncharacteristically emotional, remarked on how much their youngest had matured, admitting it made him feel a bit sad. Moved by her compassion and clear-headed plan, Gabriel gave his official approval. Clearing his throat, he declared that she could take responsibility for the children. He promised that the household would provide for them, ensuring they were fed and clothed. Diana's simple, humane approach had not only secured a future for the rescued children, but had also deepened her brother's respect and admiration for her, showcasing a maturity that went far beyond her years. In the days following their rescue, the children were settled into the Cartier estate. They were given delicious food, soft warm beds, and treated with a consistent kindness that was entirely foreign to their harsh lives. While most of the children were quickly charmed by their new environment, one little girl especially enamored with Diana, whom she called Miss Angel, for her shiny hair and gentle nature. One child remained deeply suspicious. Jeremy watched everything with a cynical and guarded eye. He was convinced that no one showed such kindness without an ulterior motive. In his mind, there was no such thing as free generosity in this world. He believed the Cartiers were plotting something, and that their true colors would eventually be revealed. He resolved to run away at the first sign of trouble, determined not to be fooled like the other, more trusting children. Soon, Diana gathered all the children together. She announced that it was time for them to make an important decision. Jeremy's suspicions immediately flared. He was certain this was the moment they would be asked to pay some kind of debt for the food and shelter they had received. Diana, however, surprised them all. She simply asked who among them wanted to study, encouraging them to raise their hands. The children were confused and hesitant. Seeing their reluctance, Diana quickly rephrased her question. She asked if anyone wanted to learn anything else, listing swordsmanship, magic alchemy, or any type of craftsmanship as possibilities. She encouraged them to speak up and tell her what they wanted to do. Instead of relief, her offer was met with fear and misunderstanding. One of the children, a young boy, voiced the terror that had gripped them all. He asked in a trembling voice if they were no longer allowed to stay. Another promised to eat very little food, not be a bother, and help with any work, desperately pleading with Diana not to chase them out. They had interpreted her offer of choice and education as a precursor to being cast out, a reflection of the conditional and transactional world they had always known. Diana was now faced with the difficult task of overcoming their deep-seated fears and convincing them that her offer was one of genuine opportunity, not a veiled threat. The children's fears were palpable. They huddled together, convinced that Diana's questions were a prelude to being thrown out. One boy, Rick, pleaded desperately, promising to eat very little and work hard if only they could stay. Jeremy watched from the sidelines, his cynicism confirmed. He muttered to the others that it was pointless, that the decision had already been made, and that their oh-so-kind lady would soon grow annoyed and start yelling at them. Diana's response, however, was not one of annoyance, but of gentle astonishment. She looked at the terrified children, her expression one of genuine confusion and compassion. She asked Leah, the girl who had voiced the fear, who was going to make them leave. She firmly declared that they were all her precious guests. The word, guests, hung in the air. A concept so foreign and kind it momentarily stunned the children. Diana then gently clarified the situation. While they were welcome, it was true they could not stay in the estate forever. She explained that she and House Cartier would help all of them until they became adults. Not because she did not like them or did not need them, but because she was certain they were all going to grow up and do amazing things in the future. This declaration was met with disbelief. One child, Pip, voiced the insecurity they all felt, stating that he did not know how to do anything. Diana immediately countered this. She turned to Rick, the boy who had promised to eat less, and pointed out that he had an incredible talent. He knew exactly what ingredients were in everything he ate. She told him he could become a famous chef. The children were amazed that she had noticed such specific things about them. She then turned her attention to Leah, demonstrating that she understood her quiet and observant nature, and suggested a path of study that would suit her. Finally, Diana focused on Jeremy, the most guarded of them all. He was certain that, since he had distanced himself the most, she would know the least about him. he was wrong. Diana looked directly at him and stated that he wanted to study. She revealed that she knew he secretly borrowed books from their library. She pointed out that while the other children went outside to play when bored, he sought out knowledge. Most tellingly, she told him that his eyes got really sparkly when he read, as if he was having immense fun learning new things. Her observation was so precise and personal that it cut through all of Jeremy's defenses. She had not only seen his actions, but had understood the joy he found in them, seeing the real him beneath the layers of suspicion and fear. Jeremy, his defenses pierced by Diana's keen observation, finally admitted his deepest desire. He truly wanted to study. He confessed that he loved reading books and learning new things. However, his ingrained cynicism immediately resurfaced. He argued that education required a lot of money, and that there was no guarantee he would ever be able to pay the courtiers back. He theorized that this was likely akin to noble patronage, an investment in people who were guaranteed to succeed, and he was certain he could not become someone like that. Diana's response dismantled his entire worldview. She told him plainly that he was wrong. She assured him that he did not have to work for her family at all, a statement that applied to every child in the room. Then, she shared her own motivation. She explained that she loved her family and their territory, and that was why she wanted to protect it and make it shine even brighter. She wanted them, once they were grown and capable, to want to do the same for the places and people they would come to love. Her goal was not to create servants, but to cultivate citizens who would, in their own ways, contribute to and protect their communities. The weight and sincerity of her words left the children in a stunned silence. Sensing the profound shift in the atmosphere, Diana lightened the mood, suggesting they all enjoy the handmade macarons the chef had prepared. She encouraged them to take their time thinking about their futures and not to rush. It was in this new, hopeful environment that the children began to open up. Inspired by her belief in them, they started to voice their dreams. Rick, who had an innate understanding of food, said he wanted to learn how to cook, wanting to make Diana happy with the delicious things. Another child, remembering that Diana ran a business, expressed a desire to learn about numbers to help her. Pip, filled with a new sense of purpose, declared he wanted to learn swordsmanship to become strong and protect others. When Diana turned to Jeremy for his final decision, his resolve was firm. He agreed to study, and with a new light in his eyes, he vowed that they would all do well. A chorus of agreement rose from the other children, each one expressing a desire to become someone Diana would be proud of. Jeremy's final, quiet thought echoed the sentiment of the entire group. He, too, wanted to become someone Lady Diana could be proud of. Diana's act of unconditional support had not only given them a future, but had also ignited in them a powerful desire to build a world worthy of her faith in them. And that's it for today's recap, folks. If you enjoyed the story and want to see the next part, make sure to smash that like button and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. I put a lot of effort into these videos, so your support means a lot. Now, here's the deal. If you want me to drop part 2, type the word spider in the comments below. That way I'll know who's been watching till the end and who's part of the real crew! Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all in the next recap. Until then, stay awesome, stay curious, and keep diving into the world of manhwa.